So hello, we were doing the complete course for SEBI and we have already completed general awareness for phase 1, paper 1, and now we are coming to paper 2 for general stream. We'll be covering syllabus for IT and legal as well. At the same time, 2000 most important question series is also live. Go and watch it. And the chapters that we have in this are these. So you can go and have a look at the chapter as well as the subtopics that we have. These are taken from the official notification and you will find this PDF on the Telegram as well as you will find PDF related to other exams as well and official notification of upcoming exams. Now our chapter 1 is Companies Act 2013. So our conduct is going to be the same. First we'll take the entire theory. After that we'll take some of the previous year questions. Then we'll take some MCQs and finally we'll come to our flashcards or our most expected question or our revision. So let's start with the chapter 1, that is Companies Act 2013. Introduction to Companies Act 2013. The Companies Act 2013 governs incorporation, functioning, regulation and winding up of companies in India. It replaced the Companies Act 1956 to improve corporate governance, transparency, accountability and investor protection. So what is it? It governs incorporation, functioning, regulation and winding up of companies in India. Then it replaced कौन सा एक्ट कंपनीज एक्ट 1956. कीप दिस थिंग इन माइंड. कंपनीज एक्ट 1956 को रिप्लेस किया विद 2013 कंपनीज एक्ट 2013. वाई? टू इम्प्रूव कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस, ट्रांसपेरेंसी, अकाउंटेबिलिटी एंड इन्वेस्टर प्रोटेक्शन. एडमिनिस्टर्ड बाय मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कॉर्पोरेट अफेयर्स. Then the Companies Act 2013 governs, which we have already seen, incorporation, management, regulation, dissolution of companies in India. Replace क्या किया है? Replaced Companies Act 1956 and introduced what? Stronger corporate governance, enhanced disclosure, investor protection, accountability of management. So things which were not there in Companies Act 1956 were added. Then administered by Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Applicable to companies incorporated in India, foreign companies having business presence in India. ठीक है, किसके लिए applicable है? Firstly companies incorporated in India as well as foreign companies के लिए applicable है या नहीं? So the answer is yes. Foreign companies having business presence in India उन पे भी applicable है. So keep this thing in mind. Types of companies, very very important point. Private company, minimum number of members 2, maximum members 200. Restricts transfer of shares, cannot invite public to subscribe securities. Suffix private limited. Okay, बाद में क्या आएगा? Something XYZ private limited. Then public companies, minimum members are 7. You need at least 7 members. Then no maximum limit, can invite public subscription. Suffix is limited. ठीक है, XYZ limited. One person company, OPC, single member, only natural person, then Indian citizen and resident, cannot issue shares to public. ठीक है, नहीं कर सकता issue shares to public. Converted mandatorily on exceeding thresholds. Then section 8 company. What are section 8 companies? Non-profit objective, charitable, education, research में. ठीक है, non-profit objective. Profits reinvested, no dividend, no minimum capital required. So these are under section 8. Then government company, at least 51% stake होना चाहिए shareholding by central or state government, at least 51%. Includes subsidiaries of government companies. Then memorandum of association, MOA. MOA is the character document defining the company's scope and powers. Meaning MOA is the constitution of the company defining its scope. What? Constitution of the company. कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन डे कब सेलिब्रेट किया जाता है? You tell me. Okay, Constitution Day, defining its scope. Then clauses of MOA. So what are the clauses? Name clause, registered office clause, objective clause, liability clause, capital clause and subscription clause. Now we'll see all of these in little bit detail. Name clause specifies the legal name of the company. The name must not be identical or too similar to an existing company. ज़्यादा similar नहीं हो सकता है, identical नहीं हो सकता. not be undesirable or misleading, not violate emblems and names, prevention of improper use act. ठीक है, keep all of these things in mind, very very important. Then words used: private limited for private companies, limited for public companies. A section 8 company is exempted from using limited or private limited with special approval. Then registered office clause states that state union territory in which the registered office is located determines jurisdiction of ROC, that is registered of clause, applicable legal authority. Exact address must be intimated within 30 days of incorporation. This is about registered office clause. Then object clause defines the purpose for which the company is formed. Company cannot undertake activities outside the object clause. Objective, ठीक है, object clause is purpose for which the company is formed. किसी specific purpose के लिए the company is formed. So what is that purpose? ठीक है, so that is object clause. Company cannot undertake activities outside the object clause. Now you have decided that this is your objective, this is the object clause, so you cannot divert from that. Then components of object clause: main objects, primary business, incidental और ancillary objects, supportive activities जो आप कर रहे हो साथ में supportive activities हैं, but primary is main objects, primary business. Other objects only if applicable. Then ultra vires act cannot be ratified even by shareholders. Now this ultra vires act is that one, अब कौन है one, company or its agents, they cannot exceed or go beyond the power that is provided to them by MOA, that is Memorandum of Association. Kuch rules are set by the Memorandum of Association, so they cannot exceed or go beyond these rules. So that is ultra vires acts, to go beyond these rules. Then liability clause, so states the liability of members. Types: limited by shares, limited by guarantee, and unlimited company. Then in limited companies, liability restricted to unpaid value of shares. Capital clause specifies authorized share capital division into shares of fixed amount. Must mention total capital, number of shares, face value per share. Applicable only to companies having share capital. This is for capital clause. किसके लिए applicable है? Only to companies having share capital is capital clause. Then subscription clause contains names of subscribers, number of shares subscribed by each, the minimum subscribers, private company 2, public company 7, and one person company is 1. Subscribers must sign memorandum of association. Then articles of association, AOA. AOA, articles of association, contains internal rules and regulations of the company. क्या कंटेन करता है? इंटरनल रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशन जो भी कंपनी के हैं. Subordinate to MOA, subordinate to Memorandum of Association, governs management, share transfer, meetings, voting, can be altered by special resolution. Doctrine of ultra vires act beyond MOA, that is Memorandum of Association, we have already seen, are void and illegal. So you cannot go beyond the acts or the regulations or the rules which are there in the Memorandum of Association. That would be void and illegal. Cannot be ratified even by unanimous consent. Protect shareholder and creditors. Then prospectus and issue of securities. Chapter 3, Prospectus. Invitation to public for subscription must contain true and fair disclosure. Misstatement leads to civil and criminal liability. Then red herring prospectus, RHP, issued before IPO. What is IPO? You will tell me. हमने बहुत डिटेल में देखा है when we were doing paper 1. Follow up, IPO, all of this we have already seen. Omits price and quantity used in book building process. Then share capital, equity shares with voting rights with differential rights. Then preference shares, preferential dividend and capital repayment. Types are cumulative, non-cumulative, participating and redeemable. Remember this, that what are the types? क्या है types? Cumulative, CNPR, ठीक है, C, और you can remember it as CPNR. ट्रेन में होता है PNR, तो CPNR है. तो C is Cumulative, then N is your non-cumulative, P is participating in, R is redeemable. ठीक है, तो CPNR is your types preference shares में. Then rights issue offered to existing shareholders proportionately. Bonus shares issued from free reserves or securities premium, no cash flow. Buyback of securities reduces outstanding capital, limits on percentage and debt equity ratio. Directors appointment, minimum director private 2, public 3 and 1 person कंपनी में 1. ठीक है, वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. प्राइवेट 2, पब्लिक 3, 1 person कंपनी में 1. ठीक है, ओ देन योर पी आर एंड पी यू. ठीक है, ओ पी आर पी यू 1, 2 and 3. ठीक है, ओ इज 1 person कंपनी, पी आर इज प्राइवेट एंड पी यू इज पब्लिक. ओ पी आर पी यू अल्फ़ाबेटिकल ऑर्डर. ठीक है, ओ के बाद पी आर पी यू में अल्फ़ाबेटिकल, पी आर उसके बाद आएगा डिक्शनरी में पी यू. ठीक है, तो दैट्स वाई 2 and 3. देन मिनिमम डायरेक्टर्स आर दीज. देन डेन मैंडेटरी. डेन इज व्हाट नंबर, यू टेल मी, व्हाट इज द फुल फॉर्म ऑफ डेन. सो ड्यूटीज act in good faith, avoid conflict of interest, exercise due care. Then disqualification. So insolvency, conviction, non-filing of financial statement are the reasons because of which you can be disqualified. Then meetings, annual general meeting, AGM mandatory every year. Then within 6 months of financial year end. Extraordinary general meeting, urgent matters के लिए होता है. Board meetings, minimum 4 meetings per year, gap not exceeding 120. All this is very very important. ठीक है, एनुअल जनरल मीटिंग मैंडेटरी एवरी ईयर within 6 months of financial year end. Extraordinary general meeting is for some urgent matters. Board meetings, so minimum 4 meetings per year, board meetings, and gap should not be exceeding 120 days. Then auditors appointment, appointed for 5 years. Ratification removed. Rotation mandatory for listed and prescribed companies. Removal special resolution prior approval of central government. Then dividends and reserves. Dividend paid only out of current profits or past reserves. Unpaid dividends transferred to IEPF. Now what is it? Investor Education and Protection Fund. Then corporate social responsibility, CSR. You must have heard it a lot of times. Corporate social responsibility applicable if company has net worth more than or equal to 500 crore. ठीक है, और turnover more than or equal to 1000 crore, और net profit more than or equal to 5 crore. ठीक है, वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फिगर्स. नेट वर्थ या तो हो ज़्यादा और इक्वल टू 500 करोड़, टर्नओवर टोटल इज मोर देन इक्वल टू 1000 करोड़, और नेट प्रॉफिट इज मोर देन इक्वल टू 5 करोड़. 500,000. ठीक है, क्या है, प्रॉफिट, देन नेटवर्थ एंड देन टर्नओवर, PNT. ठीक है, क्या क्या, 500 and 1000. PNT. P is our profit, N is our net worth and T is turnover. ठीक है, 5 करोड़, 500 करोड़ एंड 1000 करोड़. CSR स्पेंडिंग 2% ऑफ एवरेज नेट प्रॉफिट. जो भी आपका प्रॉफिट रहा है, वॉट एवर इज योर नेट प्रॉफिट, उसका 2%. ठीक है, 2% ऑफ दैट योर नेट प्रॉफिट is what your CSR spending. CSR is corporate social responsibility. Now let's come to our previous year question from this chapter. Red herring prospectus is issued during IPO. Maximum number of directors without special resolution is 15. CSR corporate social responsibility, we have just seen provisions applicable if net profit exceeds, क्या क्या पढ़े थे हमने, 500 and 1000, और क्या याद किया था, PNT प्रॉफिट, नेटवर्थ एंड टोटल टर्नओवर. तो क्या है, 5 करोड़. AGM एनुअल जनरल मीटिंग मस्ट बी हेल्ड विद इन 6 months of financial year end. ठीक है, then some practice question, very very important. Which document defines the external scope of activities of a company? Articles of association, memorandum of association, prospectus or certificate of incorporation. So our answer is memorandum of association. Defines the objectives and scope beyond which a company cannot operate. अल्ट्रा वेरीज जो हमने पढ़ा था, AOA गवर्न्स इंटरनल मैनेजमेंट. ठीक है, हमने दोनों देखे थे, वो सबसेट है इसका, AOA एंड MOA. AOA इज आर्टिकल्स ऑफ एसोसिएशन. Then how many clauses are mandatorily required in the Memorandum of Association under the Companies Act 2013? 4, 5, 6 or 7? So the answer is 6. MOA, that is Memorandum of Association, consists of 6 clauses. कौन से? We have seen name, registered office, object, जिसमें मेन ऑब्जेक्ट होना चाहिए, जो भी है वो फिक्स, डाइवर्ट नहीं हो सकते. देन लाइबिलिटी, कैपिटल एंड सब्सक्रिप्शन clauses. Which clause of MOA restricts a company from undertaking activities beyond its stated purpose? Capital clause, liability clause, object clause या subscription clause. We have just seen object clause. The object clause defines and restricts the business activities of the company. An act performed beyond the powers stated in Memorandum of Association is called intra vires, ultra vires, ultra facto or extra vires. So the answer is ultra vires. Ultra vires acts are beyond the power of the company and are void. ठीक है, कंपनी का एजेंट है, exceeding the power, so that is ultra vires, beyond the power. This is a Latin statement. ठीक है, Latin. Which of the following companies is exempted from using the word limited or private limited? Government company, OPC, that is one person company, Section 8 company और फॉरेन कंपनी. सो द आंसर इज सेक्शन 8. क्या पढ़ा था हमने, किसके लिए है? नॉन प्रॉफिट. सो सेक्शन 8 कंपनी नॉन प्रॉफिट आर एग्जेम्प्टेड विद सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट अप्रूवल. देन द रजिस्टर्ड ऑफिस क्लॉज इन मेमोरेंडम ऑफ एसोसिएशन प्राइमरीली डिटरमाइंस शेयर कैपिटल, jurisdiction of ROC, objects of the company, liability of members. So ROC determines the ROC and legal jurisdiction applicable to the company. Liability of members in a company limited by shares is restricted to two assets of the company: market value of shares, unpaid amount on shares held, authorized capital. So the answer is unpaid amount on shares held. Members are liable only up to the unpaid value of shares. Which clause of Memorandum of Association mentions the authorized share capital of the company? Object clause, capital clause, subscription clause or liability clause. So the answer is capital clause. Capital clause specifies authorized capital and its division into shares. Minimum number of subscribers required to form a private company is 1, 2, 5 or 7. So we have seen 2. A private company requires a minimum of 2 subscribers. And public में कितना है? हमने इसी चैप्टर में पढ़ा है. आंसर दिस, पब्लिक में कितना चाहिए? Which document governs the internal management of a company? Memorandum of Association, prospectus, articles of association and share certificate. So the answer is AOA, that is articles of association. Contains rules for internal management and administration. Then which type of prospectus is issued before finalization of issue price? Shelf prospectus, a bridge prospectus, red herring prospectus or redeemed prospectus. So the answer is red herring prospectus. Red herring prospectus does not contain final price details. Bonus shares are issued out of securities premium only, capital reserves, free reserves and securities premium or borrowed funds. So the answer is free reserves and securities premium. Bonus shares are issued from free reserves and securities premium. Which shareholders have preferential rights regarding dividend? Equity shareholders, preference shareholders, debenture holders, bond holders. So the answer is B, that is preference holders. Preference shareholders get priority in dividend payment. ठीक है, they get priority. कौन? Preference shareholders. Then maximum number of directors a company can have without passing special resolution is 10, 12, 15, 20. So the answer is 15. Companies Act allows up to 15 directors without special resolution. Minimum number of board meetings required in a year is 2, 3, 4 or 6. So the answer is 4. At least 4 board meetings must be held annually. कितना board meetings? 4. Then which meeting is compulsory to be held every year? EGM, board meeting, annual general meeting या class meeting? So the answer is EGM is mandatory every year, annual general meeting. So if full form would have been given annual general meeting, then you could have easily answered it, right? कि AGM ही होगा. But sometimes abbreviations are given only to make your question tough. If you know the full form of this and this, तभी you will be able to answer, right? Annual general meeting. Then which authority administers the Companies Act 2013? SEBI, RBI, MCA or Niti Aayog? So the answer is MCA, that is Ministry of Corporate Affairs, administers the Act. CSR, Corporate Social Responsibility provisions apply if average net profit is at least 3 crores, 5 crores, 10 or 50. So the answer is 5 crores. Then CSR applies when net profit is more than equal to 5 crores. ये भी याद रखना, more than equal to. Auditor rotation is mandatory for all companies, only private companies, listed companies or one person companies. So the answer is listed companies. Auditor rotation is mandatory for listed companies and certain classes. Unpaid dividend after 30 days must be transferred to general reserve, capital reserve, unpaid dividend account or investor protection fund. So the answer is unpaid dividend account. Unpaid dividend is transferred to unpaid dividend account. Now let's come to our flashcard or our most expected question or our revision. Companies Act 2013 replaced Companies Act 1956. MCA, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, administers Companies Act. Then MOA, that is Memorandum of Association, defines external scope of company, external scope or internal AOA. AOA governs internal management, ठीक है? AOA internal and MOA एक्सटर्नल स्कोप, वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. अल्ट्रा वेरीज एक्ट्स आर वॉइड, ठीक है? हमने पढ़ा था क्या? एक्सीड करना, दैट इज़ नॉट अलाउड. कंपनी और कंपनी के एजेंट्स, दे हैव टू गो बाय दी बुक्स, जो भी रूल्स हैं. नेम क्लॉज स्पेसिफाइज लीगल आइडेंटिटी. प्राइवेट लिमिटेड मैंडेटरी फॉर प्राइवेट कंपनीज. सेक्शन 8 कंपनीज नीड सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट अप्रूवल, किसके लिए? नॉन प्रॉफिट. सेक्शन 8 कंपनीज. रजिस्टर्ड ऑफिस क्लॉज decides ROC jurisdiction. Object clause restrict business activities. You have to restrict, you cannot divert. Okay, you have to stick with the main objective. So that is object clause. Liability clause defines member liability. Capital clause states authorized capital. Subscription clause shows initial shareholders. One person company has only one member. Maximum directors without special resolution is 15. Minimum board meetings per year is 4. Gap between board meetings is less than equal to 120, should not be more than 120 days. ठीक है, different language. Then AGM, annual general meeting, must be held annually. EGM is called for urgent matter, extraordinary. Then prospectus invites public subscription. Red herring, prospectus issued before IPO price finalization. Equity shareholders are residual claimants. Then preference shareholders have प्रायोरिटी. प्रेफरेंस नाम से ही हो रहा है, प्रेफरेंस प्रेफर किया जाएगा, ठीक है? प्रेफरेंस शेयर होल्डर्स हैव प्रायोरिटी. बोनस शेयर्स इशूड फ्रॉम फ्री रिजर्व्स. देन राइट्स इशू ऑफर्ड टू एग्जिस्टिंग शेयर होल्डर्स. ऑडिटर अपॉइंटेड एट AGM, एनुअल जनरल मीटिंग. ऑडिटर रोटेशन मैंडेटरी फॉर लिस्टेड कंपनीज. डिविडेंड डिक्लेयर्ड आउट ऑफ प्रॉफिट और फ्री रिजर्व्स. अनपेड डिविडेंड ट्रांसफर टू अनपेड डिविडेंड अकाउंट. Corporate social responsibility applicable if profit is more than equal to 5 crores. CSR, corporate social responsibility spending is 2%. देख याद है, हमने पढ़ा था 2% of average net profit. Directors must act in good faith. Conflict of interest must be avoided. Disqualified director cannot be reappointed. ठीक है, once disqualified you cannot be reappointed. Then prospectus misstatement attracts civil and criminal liability. So that's it in this. So let's start with the chapter 2, that is securities laws and SEBI regulations. Securities and Exchange Board of India Act 1992. Background is SEBI established in 1998, non-statutory. Then given statutory status in 1992 through SEBI Act 1992. Objective: regulate securities market and protect investors. So established in 1998, but as a what? Non-statutory body, but became statutory through SEBI Act in 1992. Very, very important facts. Objectives of SEBI: protect interest of investors in securities, promote development of securities market, regulate securities market, regulate करना जो चीज़ें हो रही हैं मार्केट में उस सबको, then prevent fraudulent and unfair trade practices, ensure orderly functioning of intermediaries. Then functions of SEBI section 11. SEBI functions are broadly classified into protective functions, developmental functions and regulatory functions. ठीक है, PDR, protective, developmental and regulatory. Now first, protective functions: prohibiting fraudulent and unfair trade practices, prohibiting insider trading, investor education and awareness, regulating substantial acquisition of shares and takeovers, then promoting fair practices. Then developmental functions: promoting training of intermediaries, conducting research, encouraging self-regulatory organizations (SROs), promoting fair disclosure norms, introduction of new products and markets. Then regulatory functions: registration of intermediaries, that is brokers, sub-brokers, merchant, bankers, etc. Regulating stock exchanges, regulating issue of securities, regulating mutual funds, regulating takeover bids, regulating credit rating agencies. Then power of SEBI: quasi-legislative powers, so power to make regulations, issue guidelines and circulars, so that's why quasi-legislative powers. Then quasi-judicial powers: conduct inquiries and impose penalties. ठीक है, जुडिशरी की तरह जुडिशियल पावर्स, सो कैन कंडक्ट इंक्वायरीज एंड इम्पोज पेनल्टीज, पास ऑर्डर्स, दैट्स वाई क्वासाई जुडिशियल. देन क्वासाई एग्जीक्यूटिव: inspection of books, search and seizure, then investigation of intermediaries. Composition of SEBI कैसे बना है? So firstly chairman, then 2 members from Ministry of Finance, then 1 member from RBI, 5 other members, at least 3 whole time members. ठीक है, so 1 is chairman, then 2 other members. कहाँ से? Ministry of Finance, then 1 member from RBI and then 5 members, जिसमें से एटलीस्ट 3 जो होंगे वो क्या होंगे? 3 शुड बी होल टाइम मेंबर. देन सिक्योरिटीज कॉन्ट्रैक्ट रेगुलेशन एक्ट 1956 SCRA. ऑब्जेक्टिव इज टू प्रिवेंट undesirable transaction in securities, to regulate stock exchanges and to ensure orderly development of securities market. Key definition: securities: shares, scrips, stocks, bonds, debentures. Derivatives: units of mutual funds. Stock exchanges: any body of individual assisting in buying, selling or dealing in securities is stock exchange. किसमें? Buying, selling और dealing किसमें? in securities is stock exchange. Then recognition of stock exchanges. So recognition granted by central government, now delegated to SEBI. Recognition may be permanent, temporary. Then powers under SCRA. So power to grant, withdraw or suspend recognition. Power to approve bylaws of stock exchanges. Power to regulate contracts and securities. Power to declare certain contracts illegal. Then listing of securities. Listing agreement mandatory, ensures transparency and investor protection, enables secondary market trading. Then Depositories Act 1996. Objective is dematerialization of securities, elimination of paper-based settlement, faster and safer transfer of securities. Depository system: depository holds securities in electronic form. Example is NSDL and CDSL. Now what is NSDL and what is CDSL? So NSDL is National Securities Depository Limited, and CDSL is Central Depository Services Limited. Then Depository Participant DP acts as agent of depository. Interference between investor and depositor. Dematerialization DMAT. Conversion of physical securities into electronic form. mandatory for trading in listed securities. Benefits of depository systems: elimination of bad deliveries, no risk of theft or loss, faster settlement and reduced transaction cost. SEBI issue of capital and disclosure requirements, regulations, ICDR. Objective is regulate public issue of securities, ensure adequate disclosure to investor and protect investor interest. Applicability applies to IPO, FPO, rights issue, preferential issue and bonus issue. So IPO is initial public offering. FPO is follow on पब्लिक ऑफरिंग. सो आईपीओ इज इनिशियल पब्लिक ऑफरिंग. जब पहली बार कंपनी को रेज करना है फंड पब्लिक से, सो दैट इज इनिशियल पब्लिक ऑफरिंग. यू मस्ट हैव हर्ड दिस व्हेन लेंसकार्ट वाज डूइंग इट, बोट वाज टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस, पेटीएम डिड इट, राइट. सो दैट इज इनिशियल पब्लिक ऑफरिंग. Then follow on public offering is once you have done it, now again you need funds, so for that you are again doing it, so that is follow on public offering. Then key provisions: eligibility norms for issuers, disclosure requirements in prospectus, pricing of issues, minimum promoters contribution, look-in requirements, role and responsibility of merchant bankers. Red herring prospectus issued before price discovery does not contain final issue price, mandatory in book building issues. This is what red herring prospectus RHP. किससे पहले issued before primary discovery, does not contain final issue price and mandatory in book building issues. What is book building? So go and watch it. Paper 1 general awareness वाला जो portion है उसमें you will find it. This IPO, FPO and other things as well. SEBI listing obligations and disclosure requirements, regulation LODR. ठीक है, listing obligation and disclosure requirements. Objective: ensure transparency, protect investors, improve corporate governance. Objective is ensure transparency, protect investor and improve corporate governance. Applicabilities applies to all listed companies. Key obligations: timely disclosure of final result, disclosure of material events, corporate governance norms, composition of board and committees, and related party transaction disclosures. Improvement of committees under LODR: Audit Committee, Nomination and Remuneration Committee, Stakeholders Relationship Committee, and Risk Management Committee. Then SEBI Prohibition of Insider Trading Regulation, PIT. Very important. Prohibition of insider trading. Objective is prevent misuse of unpublished price sensitive information, UPSI. That is unpublished price sensitive information. Ensure market integrity. Insider is what? Connected person or any person in possession of UPSI. What is UPSI? We have seen just now. UPSI is unpublished price sensitive information. He or any connected person is insider. UPSI includes financial results, dividends, change in capital structure, mergers, acquisition, changes in key managerial personnel. Key provisions: trading window closure, code of conduct, disclosure requirements, prohibition on communication of UPSI and compliance of officer mandatory. Then SEBI substantial acquisition of shares and takeovers regulations, SAST. Objective is regulate takeovers, protect minority shareholders, and ensure fair exit opportunity. All of these are under substantial acquisition of shares and takeovers. Key thresholds: acquisition of 25% or more shares triggers open offer. Open offer size minimum 26% of total shares. Open offer: mandatory public announcement at a fair price, equal opportunity to all shareholders. Then SEBI mutual fund regulation, structure of mutual fund, sponsor, trustees, asset management companies, and custodian. Then role of SEBI is registration of mutual funds, approval of schemes, monitoring disclosures, and investor protection. Key provisions are segregation of AMC and trustees, disclosure of NAV, investment restrictions, expense ratio limits. Then enforcement mechanisms under SEBI. Investigation. SEBI can order investigation into intermediaries, listed companies, market participants. Inspection, books of accounts, records and documents. Then search and seizure allowed with judicial approval, used in serious violation. Then adjudication, penalties and settlement. Adjudication conducted by adjudicating officer. Monetary penalties imposed. Penalties, civil penalties based on nature of violation, amount of gain and loss caused to investors. ठीक है, loss caused to investors, amount of gain and nature of violation. Settlement mechanism, dispute resolved without admission or denial of guilt, faster resolution and avoids prolonged litigation. Then our previous year questions. SEBI was given statutory power in 1992. Very important. The maximum penalty for insider trading under SEBI PIT regulation is rupees 25 crores or 3 times profit made, whichever is higher. The minimum public shareholding required for listed companies is 25%. Who can be an insider under SEBI PIT regulations? Connected person or any person in possession of UPSI. Then red herring prospectus does not contain issue price. Then open offer under SEBI SAST is triggered when acquisition crosses 25%. Depository participant acts as interface between investor and depository. SEBI LODR regulations mandate listed entities to submit financial results within 30 days of board approval. Mutual funds trustees' role is primarily protect unit holders' interest. SEBI ICDR regulations apply to IPO, FPO, right issues, bonus issue, preferential issue. Penalties for failure to comply with SEBI regulation is levied by adjudicating officer. SEBI powers are classified as quasi-legislative, quasi-judicial and quasi-executive. A government company under SCRA is defined as 51% or more share held by government. Then stock exchanges are recognized by central government delegated to SEBI. Dematerialization of securities is governed by Depositories Act 1996. SEBI regulates credit rating agencies under SEBI Credit Rating Agencies regulations. Then offer price in a book building issue is decided at price discovery process in RHP. SCRA regulates contracts in securities. Listing agreement is mandatory under SCRA and SEBI LODR regulations. Insider trading provisions are aimed at market integrity and investor protection. Now let's come to our important MCQs. SEBI was established as a statutory body. We have seen this multiple times. 1992. Depositories Act 1996 primarily deals with mutual funds, dematerialization of securities, takeovers or insider trading. So the answer is dematerialization of securities. So dematerialization of securities. Red herring prospectus is issued after price discovery, before price discovery, only for rights issue or only for bonus. So the answer is before price discovery. Then open offer threshold under SEBI SAST 10%, 25%, 30 or 50. So the answer is 25%. Who approves recognition of stock exchanges? RBI, SEBI, Ministry of Corporate Affairs or Ministry of Finance. So the answer is Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI. Then trading window closure is mandated under SEBI LODR, SEBI ICDR, SEBI PET and SEBI SAS. So the answer is SEBI PET. Then trustees in mutual fund primarily manage portfolios, protect unit holders' interest, fix NAV or issue security. So the answer is protect unit holders' interest. Then SEBI LODR regulations apply to all companies, listed entities, private companies, only banks. So the answer is listed entities. Maximum civil penalty under SEBI PIT regulation is 1 crore, 5 crore, 25 crore, 50 crore. So the answer is 25 crore. Minimum public shareholding for listed companies is 10, 25, 30 or 50%. So the answer is 25%. Demat account is maintained by stockbroker, depository participant, SEBI or AMC. So the answer is depository participant. Then SEBI functions do not include investor protection, regulating insurance companies, market development, or regulating intermediaries. So you see इस type से questions can come. Answer is regulating insurance companies. Offer price and book building is decided by SEBI, issuer company, book running lead manager, and stock exchange. So the answer is book running lead manager. Who conducts adjudication under SEBI Act? SEBI chairman, adjudicating officer, National Stock Exchange or Bombay Stock Exchange, Ministry of Finance. So the answer is adjudicating officer. Mutual fund AMC is regulated under SEBI, RBI, MCA, IRDAI. So the answer is SEBI. Insider trading is prohibited under SCRA, Depositories Act, SEBI PET and SEBI LODR. So SEBI PET. Then dematerialization helps in reducing settlement cycle, increasing dividend, increasing issue price, or none. So the answer is reducing settlement cycle. Then SEBI SAS regulations protect promoters, minority shareholders, banks, or stock exchanges. So the answer is minority shareholders. Minimum promoters contribute in IPO under SEBI ICDR is 10%, 20%, 15%, or 25%. So the answer is 20%. Which of the following is a quasi-judicial power of SEBI? Make regulations, inspection of books, impose penalties, or issue guidelines. So the answer is impose penalties. Judicial, judiciary वाले functions, ठीक है? So that's why impose penalties. Now let's come to our flashcards or our most expected questions or our revision. SEBI establishment 1988 में as a non-statutory body, but in 1992 became statutory. 1988 to 1992. Then SEBI functions protective, regulatory, developmental. SEBI powers quasi-legislative, quasi-judicial, quasi-executive. SCRA regulates contracts and securities stock exchanges. Depositories Act dematerialization of securities. RHP pre-price discovery, no price mentioned. SEBI ICDR IPO, FPO, rights, bonus, preferential issue. LODR listing obligations, disclosure, corporate governance. PID insider trading, UPSI, then trading window closure. SEBI SAS takeovers, open offer more than equal to 25%, protect minority shareholders. Then mutual funds, sponsor, trustees, AMC and custodian. Trustees role, protect unit holders' interest. Adjudication, conducted by adjudicating officer. Penalty, civil monetary based on violation. Then settlement, so resolution without admission or denial. So that's it in this. So let's start with chapter 3, that is financial markets and instruments. So financial system overview. Financial system network of institutions, markets, instruments and regulators, facilitating flow of funds from savers to borrowers. Components: financial instruments, banks, NBFCs, mutual funds, insurance companies. NBFCs are non-banking financial companies. All of these are financial institutions. Then फाइनेंशियल मार्केट, मनी मार्केट और कैपिटल मार्केट. हमने देखा था क्या क्या, लॉन्ग टर्म एंड शॉर्ट टर्म, जब हम देख रहे थे पेपर 1 के लिए. मनी एंड कैपिटल कैसे याद रखा था, CL एंड MS. MS इज मनी मार्केट एंड शॉर्ट टर्म, CL is capital and L is long term. One of the previous year questions. Okay, very important. Then financial instrument, equity, debt and derivatives. Financial services, brokerage, portfolio management. And regulators, RBI, SEBI, IRDAI and PFRDA. Functions: mobilize savings, facilitate investment, ensure liquidity and price discovery. Primary versus secondary market. Primary market, market for new security issuance. Companies raise capital through IPO, FPO. क्या है, initial public offering and follow on public offering. What is initial public offering? We have already seen, जब कंपनी को रेस करना है फंड, तो फर्स्ट टाइम जब वो लोगों से लेगा इन्वेस्टमेंट, दैट इज़ इनिशियल पब्लिक ऑफरिंग. बाद में कभी नीड आती है तब वो जब वापस लेंगे, पहले ले चुके हैं, सो दैट इज़ फॉलो ऑन पब्लिक ऑफरिंग. राइट्स इशू, प्रेफरेंशियल इशू, प्रायोरिटी मिलेगा इन्हें, प्रेफरेंशियल इशू. देन प्राइवेट प्लेसमेंट. देन प्राइस डिटरमाइन थ्रू बुक बिल्डिंग, or fixed price. Investors buy directly from issuer. What is secondary market? So secondary market is market for already issued securities. Provides liquidity. Price is determined by supply and demand. Examples is National Stock Exchange and Bombay Stock Exchange. Key difference. So features primary market, secondary market, new securities and existing securities. Primary market, new securities or existing securities in the secondary market. Then raise capital in primary market and provide liquidity in secondary market. And finally, issuer and investor are the participants in the primary market, and investor is only there in the secondary market. Then liquidity versus debt market. Liquidity market is ownership, instruments, shares. Investors get voting rights and dividend. High risk, potentially high return. Debt market. Borrowing instruments, bonds, debentures, CPs and CDs. Now what are CP and CDs? So CP, commercial papers, and CDs, certificate of deposit. Then fixed interest coupon, priority in repayment over equity. Hybrid instruments, combines features of debt and equity. Examples, convertible debentures and preference shares. Then money market instruments, short-term instruments less than equal to 1 year used for liquidity management. Then T-bills or treasury bills issued by Government of India. क्या ड्यूरेशन होगा? टेन्योर इज 91 days, 182 days and 364 days. वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. ठीक है, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. क्या ड्यूरेशन है? 91, 182 and 364. 91 into 2 is 182. 1 into 2 is 364. देन डिस्काउंटेड इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स सोल्ड बिलो फेस वैल्यू, जो उनका फेस वैल्यू है उससे कम में, सो दैट इज डिस्काउंटेड इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स. रिस्क फ्री एंड हाईली लिक्विड. So what are these? Treasury bills. Then commercial paper issued by corporates for short-term funding. Tenure is 7 days to 1 year. And unsecured high credit rating required. Then certificate of deposit is issued by banks. Then fixed maturity negotiable. Tenure is 7 days to 1 year. Then call notice money. Interbank borrowing for 1 to 14 days call and 2 to 14 days notice. ठीक है, कॉल इज 1 to 14 days, 1 to 14 and notice 2 to 14 days. Issued by banks for liquidity management. Interest rate, call rate. Then capital market instruments, so long term instrument more than 1 year for capital formation. Equity shares, ownership in company, dividend optional, voting rights, risk is residual claim. Then preference shares is fixed dividend, priority over equity in repayment, and may be cumulative or non-cumulative, redeemable or irredeemable. Is all what? Preference shares. Debentures and bonds, so debt instruments, fixed interest coupon, redeemable at maturity and can be secured or unsecured. Then government securities or G-Secs, issued by Government of India, tenure short term for T-bills. कौन कौन सा हमने देखा था days? 91, 82 and what? And long term gilt edged bonds and risk free backed by sovereign. Then government securities, yield, coupon, maturity. So coupon rate is fixed interest paid annually or semi-annually, expressed as percentage of face value, that is coupon rate. Yield is actual return earned by investor. Something is there, उस पे आपको क्या return मिल रहा है, that is yield. Types is current yield, that is annual coupon divided by current market price into 100. Annual coupon divided by current market price into 100 is what your current yield. And yield to maturity is total expected return if held till maturity. If you are keeping it till maturity, then what would be the return? So that return is going to be yield to maturity. Total expected return if held till maturity. Then maturity, tenure of instrument. Short term is less than 1 year, medium term is 1 to 5 years and long term is more than 5 years. ठीक है, maturity is less than 1 year, 1 to 5 and more than 5. Short, medium and long term. Then credit rating agencies, CRA objective, excess credit worthiness of issuer and instrument. facilitate investor decision making. Role, assign rating for debt instruments. You must have seen such ratings AAA or triple B, etc. Such ratings you must have seen. So that is the role of credit rating agencies. Then regulations, CRAs, credit rating agencies in India are regulated by SEBI, credit rating agencies, regulations 1999. Examples, CRI, SIL, ICRA, CARE, Finch and Brickwork. Then significances helps price debt instruments, mandatory for certain debt issuance, CP, debentures, bonds. Then some recent market developments, digital platforms increasing access to capital markets, integration of bond and money market for liquidity management, introduction of new hybrid instruments, convertible bonds, REITs and InvITs, active role of credit rating agencies in corporate governance. Then very important previous year questions. The maturity period of treasury bills issued by Government of India can be 91, 182 and 364 days. हमने याद किया था कैसे 91 into 2 so 91 then 91 into 2 and 91 into 2 into 2 3 क्या हो गए ये 3 91 182 and 364. Minimum maturity period of commercial paper is 7 days. Certificate of deposit issued by banks. GSEC, government securities are considered risk free because sovereign backing. Then convertible debentures are classified as hybrid instruments. Equity shares give voting rights and residual claim. Preference shares have fixed dividend. Yield to maturity refers to total expected return if held till maturity. Then call money market is used primarily by banks for short-term liquidity. Rating AAA in credit rating signifies highest rating quality, lowest risk. ठीक है, AAA rating. Then hybrid instrument combine debt and equity features. Debt market instruments generally provide fixed income. Primary market is used for raising fresh capital. Secondary market provides liquidity for existing securities. Then money market instruments are generally for short-term funding, that is less than 1 year. SEBI regulates credit rating agencies under SEBI Credit Rating Agencies Regulation 1999. Preference shares can be cumulative, non-cumulative, redeemable or irredeemable. Treasury bills are issued at discounted price, redeemed at face value. Debentures holders have claim over equity holders in liquidation repayment. Then government bonds with fixed coupon are classified as debt instruments. Now some of our very important MCQs. Treasury bill issued by Government of India are equity instruments, discounted debt instruments, hybrid instruments or preference shares. So the answer is discounted debt instruments. Then minimum maturity of commercial paper is 1 day, 7 days, 30 days, 90 days. So the answer is 7 days. Certificate of deposit is issued by company, banks, mutual funds, RBI. So the answer is banks. Call money market is issued primarily for long-term funding, short-term interbank liquidity, IPO funding or mutual fund investment. So the answer is short-term interbank liquidity. Equity shares provide fixed dividend, voting rights, guaranteed returns, priority over debentures. So the answer is voting rights. Preference shares offer residual claim, fixed dividend, high risk, voting risk. So the answer is fixed dividend. Then hybrid instrument combine debt and equity, money and capital, primary and secondary, short term and long term. So debt and equity, DE. ठीक है, hybrid instrument is DE, debt and equity. Government securities are high risk, sovereign backed, equity instruments, mutual funds. So sovereign backed is the right answer. Treasury bills are sold at face value, discounted price, premium or variable price. So the answer is discounted price. YTM stands for yearly total money, yield to maturity, yield to market, yield to money. So yield to maturity, अगर हमने maturity तक hold किया है तो yield to maturity. Primary market is used for trading existing shares, raising fresh capital, short-term loans or derivatives. So the answer is raising fresh capital. Secondary market provides initial public issue, liquidity for existing securities, debt issuance, credit rating. So the answer is liquidity for existing securities. Then credit rating AAA indicates high risk, Moderate risk, lowest risk, no significance. So the answer is lowest risk. SEBI regulates CRAs under SEBI ICDR, SEBI LODR, SEBI Credit Rating Agencies Regulation 1999, Companies Act. So the answer is SEBI Credit Rating Agencies Regulation Act 1999. Then debentures holders get voting rights, fixed interest and priority and prepayment, residual claim or shares and profit only. So the answer is fixed interest and priority in repayment. Commercial paper is long-term debt, short-term unsecured debt, equity instrument or GSEC. So the answer is short-term unsecured debt. Equity market instruments primarily offer fixed returns, voting rights and capital appreciation, priority over debt or short-term liquidity. So the answer is voting rights and capital appreciation. Then hybrid instruments include convertible debentures, treasury bills, CDs or call money. So the answer is convertible debentures. Then money market instruments generally have maturity more than 5 years, maturity less than 1 year. Money market is MS, short term, less than 1 year. And दूसरा था CL, casual leave, capital, long term. Then government bonds paying fixed coupon are classified as equity debt instruments, hybrid or money market instruments. So the answer is debt instruments. Now let's come to our flashcard or our most expected question or our revision. Primary market is raising fresh capital, IPO, FPO, rights, initial public offering, follow-on public offering. Secondary market is liquidity for existing securities. Fresh capital, primary market. Existing securities is secondary market, already exist कर रही हैं. Equity shares, ownership, voting rights, residual claim. Preference shares, fixed dividend, priority over equity. Debentures or bonds, debt instruments, fixed interest, priority, repayment. Government securities, sovereign backed, low risk, treasury bills, short term, bonds, long term. Then money market instruments less than equal to 1 year. Treasury bills, CP, CDs, then call, notice money. हमने क्या याद किया था MS and CL. Short and long. Then T-bills, treasury bills issued at discount, redeemed at face value, tenures 91 into 2 is 182, 182 into 2 is 364. So 91, 182 and 364 days. CP is commercial paper, short term corporate borrowings, unsecured. CD is certificate of deposit, bank issued negotiable fixed maturity. Call notice money, interbank borrowings, very short term. Hybrid instruments, combined debt and equity, convertible debentures, preference shares. Coupon, fixed interest rate on debt instruments. Yield is return earned by investor, current yield YTM. Then maturity short term less than 1 year, medium 1 to 5 and more than 5 is long term. What is YTM is yield to maturity. Then credit rating is assessment of issuer risk regulated by SEBI. CRA examples: CRI, SCR, ICRA, KR, Fitch and Brickwork. Credit rating agencies. Then risk hierarchy: treasury bills, government securities, lowest risk, equity highest. Government securities. Then this is your credit rating agency CRA, जिसमें हमने AAA पढ़ा था जो सबसे अच्छा है. Then risk hierarchy, we have done role of SEBI, regulate markets, protect investors, oversee CRAs, market segment, money market, capital market, equity, debt and hybrid. So let's start with our chapter 4, that is derivatives and risk management. So introduction to derivatives. So derivative of financial instrument whose value is derived from the value of an underlying asset. किससे derive किया जाता है उसका value? So value is derived from an underlying asset, that is equity, index, currency, commodity, interest rate. This is our derivative. Then purpose is risk management, hedging, price discovery and speculation and arbitrage. Then types of derivatives in India are forwards, futures, options, swaps, index derivatives, currency derivatives. Then forwards definition. A forward contract is an agreement between two parties to buy, sell an asset at a predetermined price on a specified future date. ठीक है, तो क्या है, एग्रीमेंट है एक बिटवीन टू पार्टीज, किस चीज़ के लिए, टू बाय और सेल एन एसेट एट अ प्री डिटरमाइंड प्राइस ऑन अ स्पेसिफाइड फ्यूचर डेट, दैट आई विल बाय दिस थिंग फ्रॉम यू आफ्टर 60 days एंड द प्राइस विल बी 500. ठीक है, नॉट, इट डज नॉट मैटर कि क्या चेंजेस आते हैं क्या नहीं आते हैं, बट आई विल बाय इट एट दिस पर्टिकुलर रेट आफ्टर 60 days. Then characteristics over the counter OTC. Customized contract terms. No daily settlements settled at maturity. Counterparty risk exists. Uses hedging against price fluctuations of commodities, currencies, or equities. Then futures. Definition: a standardized forward contract traded on a recognized exchange. Key features: standardized terms, quantity, quality, maturity, traded on exchanges, National Stock Exchange, Bombay Stock Exchange, daily settlement via mark to market, MTM, margin requirements to reduce counterparty risk, and uses are hedging, speculation, and arbitrage. Has, ठीक है, क्या है, हैज़, hedging, arbitrage, and speculation. Then options. Definition: a contract giving the buyer the right but not obligation to buy or sell an asset at a predetermined price on or before a specific date. ठीक है, बायर को क्या मिल रहा है, द राइट बट नॉट ऑब्लिगेशन. राइट है बट ऑब्लिगेशन नहीं है, टू बाय और सेल एन एसेट एट अ प्रीडिटरमाइंड प्राइस और बिफोर अ स्पेसिफिक डेट. सो टाइप्स आर कॉल ऑप्शन एंड पुट ऑप्शन, राइट टू बाय एंड राइट टू सेल. ठीक है, हमने याद किया था CB एंड PS, जो हमने थोड़ा सा देखा था इन दी जनरल अवेयरनेस पोर्शन. CB एंड PS. CA is call option, right to buy. PS is put option, right to sell. Characteristics: premium paid by buyer. Seller writer has obligation to fulfill the contract. Exchange traded in India, NSE and BSE, the National Stock Exchange and Bombay Stock Exchange. And differences between futures and options. Obligation: both parties must settle in futures. Buyers has rights, sellers has obligation. ठीक है, सेलर का क्या है, ऑब्लिगेशन, और बायर का राइट. रिस्क: अनलिमिटेड इन फ्यूचर्स, लिमिटेड टू प्रीमियम फॉर बायर. देन मार्जिन: मैंडेटरी इन फ्यूचर एंड मार्जिन फॉर राइटर, प्रीमियम फॉर बायर. पे ऑफ: लीनियर इन फ्यूचर एंड नॉन लीनियर या एसिमेट्रिक इन ऑप्शंस. देन यूसेज: हेजिंग, स्पेकुलेशन, आर्बिट्रेज, जो हमने पढ़ा था HAS. ठीक है, हेजिंग, स्पेकुलेशन, आर्बिट्रेज. एंड हेजिंग एंड स्पेकुलेशन किसमें, ऑप्शंस के यूसेज. देन हेजिंग, स्पेकुलेशन एंड आर्बिट्रेज. सो हेजिंग इज reduces risk of adverse price movement. Example is investor holding stock can short futures to lock price. ठीक है, किस चीज़ के लिए, can short futures to lock price. Speculation is taking risk to gain from price movement. Example is buying call option expecting price high. Arbitrage: simultaneous buying and selling in different markets for risk-free profit. Example is index futures arbitrage between cash and derivatives market. Then index derivatives. Definition: futures and options contract based on stock market indices, Nifty 50, Sensex. Then purpose is hedging against market risk, portfolio management. Features: cash settled, no physical delivery, standardized, not size, traded on National Stock Exchange and Bombay Stock Exchange. Currency derivatives. So definition: contracts based on foreign currencies, US dollars, euros. Then types: currency forwards, currency futures, currency options. Purpose: hedging exchange rate risk for exporters, importers. Speculation on currency movement. Margin system. Definition is initial cash deposit required to trade derivatives to cover potential losses. The initial cash deposit that is required for to trade derivatives to cover potential losses. Types: initial margin, upfront deposit, exposure margin, additional based on volatility. And mark to market margin is settled daily. Purpose: reduce default risk, ensure financial integrity of the market. Then mark to market is definition: daily adjustment of gains losses based on closing market prices of derivatives. Mechanisms: profit loss credited debited to margin account, ensures no accumulation of losses. Benefit: reduces counterparty risk and ensures market stability. Role of clearing corporation. Definition: institution that acts as central counterparty between buyers and sellers in derivatives. Functions: guarantees settlement of traders, manages margin collection and mark to market settlement, mitigates counterparty risk, maintains market integrity. Examples in India are National Stock Exchange Clearing Corporation Limited, Bombay Stock Exchange Clearing Corporation Limited. Then summary: derivatives, forward, futures, options, risk management and price discovery. Index and currency derivatives, hedging and speculation tools. Margin system and mark to market protect market participants from default risk. Clearing corporations, central counterparty ensures smooth settlement. Now let's come to our some of the previous year questions. A derivative value is derived from an underlying asset, that those are equity, index, currency, commodity. Futures contracts in India are standardized and traded on recognized exchanges: National Stock Exchange, Bombay Stock Exchange. Forward contracts are over the counter and customized. In options, the buyer has right but not obligation to buy or sell. Then margin systems and derivatives ensure coverage of potential losses and reduces counterparty risk. Mark to market stands for mark to market, MTM, daily settlement of gains losses. Clearing corporation acts as central counterparty guaranteeing settlement. Hedging is done to reduce risk from adverse price movement. Speculation is done to take risk for potential profit. Then arbitrage is simultaneous buying and selling to make risk free profit. Simultaneous क्या, buying and selling to make risk free profit. Then index derivative in India are cash settled, no physical delivery. Currency derivatives help in hedging exchange rate risk. Then call option gives the holder right to buy the underlying asset. Put option gives the holder right to sell the underlying asset. Initial margin is upfront deposit to enter a derivative position. Exposure margin is additional margin based on volatility. Then future settlement is daily via mark to market. Forward settlement is at maturity. Clearing corporation also manages margin collection and MTM, mark to market settlements. Then margin and mark to market together ensure financial integrity and reduce default risk. Now let's come to our some of the very important MCQs. A derivative derive its value from margin system, underlying asset, clearing corporation or MTM, mark to market. So the answer is underlying asset. Forward contracts are exchange traded, over the counter and customized, standardized or cash settled. So the answer is over the counter and customized. Then futures contracts are over the counter, exchange traded and standardized, unregulated only for currency. So the answer is exchange traded and standardized. Call option gives the right to sell, buy, both buy and sell, or none. So the answer is buy. CB, call, buy. Then put option gives the right to buy, sell, both buy and sell, or none. So PS, put, sell. Then margin system is required to pay dividends, cover potential losses, increase profits, or none. So the answer is cover potential losses. M2M refers to margin to money, mark to market, market to margin, or monetary transfer. So the answer is mark to market. Hedging is primarily done to maximize profit, reduce risk, avoid taxes, or speculate. So the answer is reduce risk. Speculation is primarily done to avoid losses, take risk for potential gain, cover existing position, or none. So the answer is take risk for potential gain. Arbitrage involves buying only, selling only, simultaneous buying and selling for risk-free profit or long-term investment. So the answer is simultaneous buying and selling for risk-free profit. Index derivatives are physical delivery contracts, cash settled, over the counter, unregulated. So the answer is cash settled. Currency derivatives are used to hedge interest rate risk, hedge exchange rate risk, invest in equities, buy commodities. So the answer is hedge exchange rate risk. Initial margin is profit earned, upfront deposit to enter a derivative position, daily mark to market adjustment, premium paid for options. So the answer is upfront deposit to enter a derivative position. Then exposure margin depends on past profits, volatility of the underlying asset, dividend declaration, settlement price. So the answer is volatility of the underlying asset. Then mark to market settlement is weekly, monthly, daily, quarterly. So the answer is daily. Forward contracts are settled daily, at maturity, weekly, monthly. So the answer is at maturity. Futures contracts reduce liquidity, counterparty risk, market participation, trading volume. So the answer is counterparty risk. Then clearing corporation acts as seller, buyer, central counterparty or broker. So the answer is central counterparty. Then mark to market and margins together ensure investor losses, financial integrity, higher volatility, market closure. So the answer is financial integrity. Speculators in derivatives only reduce risk, only provide liquidity, avoid market risk or none. So the answer is only provide liquidity. Now let's come to our flashcards or our most expected question or our revision. Derivative value derived from underlying asset. Those assets are equity, index, currency, commodity. Forward over the counter customized settled at maturity. Futures exchange traded standardized daily mark to market margin required. Options buyer right not obligation and call buy put sell CBPS. ठीक है, call buy put sell. Hedging reduce risk from adverse price movement. Speculation take risk for potential profit. Arbitrage risk free profit via simultaneous buying and selling. Index derivatives based on indices cash settled standardized. Currency derivatives hedge exchange rate risk includes forwards future options. Margin system initial margins exposure margins reduces default risk. Then MTM mark to market daily settlement of gains and losses. Clearing corporation central counterparty ensure settlement and margin collection. Difference futures and options. Obligations future versus rights options. Linear versus asymmetric payoffs. So use of derivatives, hedging, speculation, arbitrage, price discovery. Role of SEBI regulate derivatives market, ensure transparency and investor protection. Risk management mark to market margin clearing corporation reduce systematic risk. Future settlement daily via mark to market. Forward settlement at contract maturity. Speculators role provide liquidity and market efficiency. Then exchange examples National Stock Exchange, Bombay Stock Exchange, derivatives market. So that's it in this. So let's start with chapter 5, that is mutual funds and collective investment schemes. So mutual fund structure. Definition: a mutual fund is a pooled investment vehicle where investors contribute money which is professionally managed to invest in various securities such as equities, bonds, money market instruments, etc. Structure: sponsor, promoter establishes the mutual fund, provides seed capital. Then asset management company, that is AMC, manages investment according to the fund's objectives. Trustees ensure AMC, that is asset management companies, acts in the best interest of investors, supervise compliance. Then custodian holds the securities and ensures safety, handles settlement. Then investor, unit holders, individuals or institutions investing in the funds. Then role of AMC, trustees and custodian. AMC, professional fund management. These are the roles: investment decision, portfolio construction, compliance with SEBI regulation and reporting and disclosure. Very, very important. Then role of trustees: ensure AMC follows SEBI norms, protect investors' interest, and approve schemes and changes in fundamental attributes. Then custodian, physical electronic holding of securities, settlements, income collection, record keeping, independent from AMC to prevent conflict of interest. Then types of mutual funds: by asset class, equity funds invest primarily in stocks, growth orient, high risk, high return. Debt funds invest in bonds, government securities, money market, income oriented, lower risk. Hybrid funds mix of equity and debt, balanced risk return profile. Then exchange traded funds traded like stock, usually tracks index low expense ratio. By structure, open ended funds and close ended funds. Now what are open ended funds? Investor can buy or sell units at NAV anytime, no fixed maturity. NAV is net asset value. No fixed maturity. Then close ended funds, fixed maturity is there. इसमें क्या था? No fixed maturity. So close हो रहा है, उसमें close हो रहा है मतलब fixed maturity. Traded on stock exchange. Units cannot be redeemed directly from fund after issue period. Then net asset value. So net asset value, price of mutual fund unit. Formula, how can you calculate this? So NAV, net asset value, is total assets minus total liabilities. ठीक है, टोटल एसेट माइनस टोटल लाइबिलिटीज डिवाइड बाय नंबर ऑफ यूनिट्स आउटस्टैंडिंग. फॉर्मूला इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. क्या करना है? टोटल यूनिट्स में से माइनस करना है टोटल लाइबिलिटीज, डिवाइड करना है नंबर ऑफ यूनिट्स आउटस्टैंडिंग से. देन कंपोनेंट्स, एसेट्स एंड लाइबिलिटीज. एसेट्स, मार्केट वैल्यू ऑफ पोर्टफोलियो, कैश, रिसीवेबल्स. लाइबिलिटीज, expenses, management fees, accrued liabilities. Then expense ratio. Definition, percentage of funds, average assets used for operational expenses. Components, AMC fees, custodian fees, marketing cost, legal and audit fees. Importance, lower expense ratio, higher returns to investors. Then SIP, STP and SWP. Then SIP is systematic investment plan. Fixed amount invested periodically in mutual fund units. Rupee cost averaging benefits, long term wealth creation के लिए. So what is it? Systematic investment plan is SIP. STP is systematic transfer plan. Transfers fixed amount from one scheme to another. कैसे? एक स्कीम में है उससे दूसरी स्कीम में. So transfer fixed amount from one scheme to the other. Example, debt to equity systematically. So that is systematic transfer plan. SWP, systematic withdrawal plan. So periodic withdrawal of fixed amount from mutual fund units used for regular income. Then SEBI regulation of mutual funds. So legal framework, SEBI mutual funds regulation 1996. SEBI statutory कब बना? We have done this 1990 कितना? You will tell me. very important previous year question भी है ये. स्टैट्यूटरी कब बना है? सेबी सिक्योरिटीज एंड एक्सचेंज बोर्ड ऑफ इंडिया 1990. विच ईयर? देन म्यूचुअल फंड्स मस्ट बी रजिस्टर्ड विद सेबी. की प्रोविजंस, ट्रस्टी गवर्नेंस. AMC कैन नॉट एक्ट आर्बिट्ररीली. ट्रस्टी अप्रूव रिक्वायर्ड फॉर स्कीम चेंजेस. Disclosure norms, offer documents, periodic reports, portfolio disclosure. Investment restrictions, limits on exposure, group companies, illiquid instruments. Inter-scheme transfer allowed with SEBI compliance. And valuation of assets, fair, transparent, net asset value calculation. Investor grievance redressal, ombudsman, SEBI complaint system. Then investor protection mechanisms, transparency, regular disclosure of net asset value, portfolio holdings, risk factors. Redemption facility, open-ended funds allow redemption at net asset value. Regulatory oversight, SEBI ensures AMC trustees and custodians follow norms. Segregation of roles, custodian, AMC and trustees have separate responsibilities. Then complaint redressal is SEBI scores platform, investor education initiatives. Then summary, mutual funds pool resources from investors to invest in financial instruments. किसके लिए? To invest in financial instruments. Structure is sponsor to AMC to trustees to custodian to investors. Types, equity, debt, hybrid, ETFs, open-ended versus close-ended. NAV, net asset value, determines price per unit. Expense ratio reduces return if high. Systematic plans हमने देखे SIP, STP and SWP for investment withdrawal discipline. SEBI regulation ensure transparency, investor protection and governance. Investor protection, role of trustees, custodian and SEBI oversight. Now let's come to some of the previous year questions. What is mutual fund? So a pooled investment vehicle where money from investors is invested in various securities. Name primary regulation authority for mutual funds in India. SEBI. Who manages mutual fund scheme? Asset management company. The role of trustees in mutual fund, ensure AMC acts in investors' best interest, compliance with SEBI regulation. What is net asset value? So net asset value, price per mutual fund unit calculated as total assets minus total liabilities divide करना है किससे, outstanding units से. Difference between open-ended and close-ended. Then open-ended units can be bought, redeemed anytime. Close-ended is fixed maturity traded on exchange. Fixed है, fixed. तो fixed is closed-ended. And redeemed anytime, so that is our open-ended. What is SIP? Systematic Investment Plan. Fixed period investment in mutual fund. What is SWP? Systematic Withdrawal Plan. Periodic withdrawal of fixed amount from mutual fund. Transfer कर सकते हैं STP में. What is STP? Systematic Transfer Plan. Transfer fixed amount from one scheme to another. Then what is an ETF? Exchange traded fund, traded on stock exchange, usually tracks an index. Then give two types of mutual fund by asset class. Equity, debt, also hybrid ETFs. ETF is exchangeable traded fund. What is expense ratio? So percentage of funds asset used to cover operational expenses. What is the role of a custodian in mutual funds? Safekeeping of securities, settlements, record keeping. Can mutual funds invest in group companies beyond SEBI limits? So the answer is no. SEBI sets exposure limits to avoid concentration risk. What is the minimum SEBI requirement for registration of a mutual fund? Fund must be a trust registered with SEBI. AMC must also be SEBI registered. How often must mutual fund disclose portfolio holdings? So at least half yearly. SEBI mandate के according कितना, half yearly. What is purpose of AMC? Professional fund management, investment decisions, reporting to investors. Give an example of a hybrid fund. So balanced fund investing 60% equity, 40% debt. What is the main investor protection mechanism in mutual funds? So regulatory oversight by Securities and Exchange Board of India, trustee supervision, transparent disclosures. Then name one recent innovation in mutual fund products. ESG. हमने पढ़ा था ESG क्या है? Environment, Social, Governance Funds. ESG. Then some of the important MCQs. Mutual fund units are equity shares, units representing proportionate ownership in schemes, government bonds or bank deposits. So the answer is unit representing proportionate ownership in schemes. The AMC of mutual fund is responsible for custody of securities, professional management of funds, regulatory enforcement or approving redemption. So the answer is professional management of funds. Trustees in mutual fund trade securities, protect investor interest and ensure compliance. Calculate net asset value or approve stock listing. So the answer is protect investor interest and ensure compliance. Custodian in a mutual fund determines fund strategy, holds and safeguards securities, acts as promoter or manages portfolio. So the answer is holds and safeguard securities. Open-ended funds have fixed maturity, can be redeemed at net asset value anytime, are listed on exchange only, cannot be liquidated before maturity. So the answer is can be redeemed at NAV anytime. Closed-ended क्या था? Fixed pay. So closed-ended funds can be redeemed anytime, traded on stock exchange, fixed maturity. Cannot be listed, invest only in debt. So fixed maturity, close-ended. Then NAV, net asset value, is calculated as market price of funds, units, total asset minus liability divided by units outstanding. Initial investment, sum of all dividends. So the answer is total asset minus liabilities divide करना है total किससे? Unit outstanding. Then SIP is lump sum investment, systematic periodic investment, withdrawal plan or hybrid fund. So the answer is systematic period investment. STP allows fixed period withdrawals, transfer between schemes, redemption at NAV or dividend and reinvestment only. So the answer is transfer between schemes. हमने पढ़ा था S1 से S2, scheme 1 से scheme 2. So that is STP. SWP is lump sum investment, systematic withdrawal, portfolio transfer or expense ratio calculation. So the answer is systematic withdrawal. ETF stands for equity trading fund, exchangeable traded fund, equity trust fund or external treasury fund. So the answer is exchange traded fund. Hybrid funds invest only in equity, mix of equity and debt. Only debt instruments invest in commodities only. So the answer is mix of equity and debt. Expense ratio represents profit earned by funds. Operational cost as percentage of funds asset. NAV per unit or redemption value. So the answer is operational cost as percentage of fund assets. SEBI regulates mutual funds under Companies Act 2013, SEBI Mutual Funds Regulation 1996, Banking Regulation Act or FEMA. So the answer is SEBI Mutual Funds Regulation 1996. We have seen this. Then custodian is independent from trustee AMC SEBI investor. So the answer is AMC. Minimum SEBI requirement for mutual fund: must be a company, must be a trust registered with SEBI, must be listed on NSE National Stock Exchange or Bombay Stock Exchange, must invest only in government securities. So the answer is must be a trust registered with SEBI. Investor protection mechanism include trustee oversight, AMC sole discretion, no disclosures, only SWP facility. So the answer is trustee oversight. ESG mutual funds invest based on equity alone, environmental social governance criteria. So the answer is environmental social governance, that is ESG. Debt instruments, treasury bills. Redemption and open-ended funds occurs at per value, NAV, net asset value, fixed premium, face value of unit. So the answer is NAV, net asset value. You will tell me the formula कैसे calculate करते हैं. We have seen twice in the same chapter. You will tell me. Then balanced fund is an example of, किस चीज़ का example है balanced fund? Equity fund, debt fund, hybrid fund or ETF. So the answer is hybrid fund. Now let's come to our flashcard, our most expected question or our revision. Mutual fund, pooled investment vehicle, professionally managed. AMC, asset management company, manages portfolio reporting. Trustees, ensure compliance, protect investors' interest. Custodian, safeguards fund assets independent of AMC. Net asset value का formula is total assets minus liabilities divided by units outstanding. Open-ended funds, तो buy sell units anytime at NAV, net asset value. Close-ended fixed maturity list on exchange. क्या देखा था? ओपन में एनी टाइम OA एंड क्लोज में फिक्स्ड CF. OA CF, ओपन में एनी टाइम, क्लोज में फिक्स्ड. Then SIP is periodic investment plan, rupee cost averaging. STP is transfer fixed amount between schemes systematically, S1 से S2, scheme 1 to scheme 2. SWB, periodic withdrawal from funds units. Equity fund, invest primarily in stocks, high risk or return. Debt fund, invest in bonds, government securities, income oriented. Hybrid fund, mix of equity and debt, balanced risk return. ETF, exchange traded fund, tracks index, low expense ratio. Expense ratio, operational cost percent of funds asset. SEBI regulations, mutual funds regulation 1996. Investor protection, trustee oversight, AMC compliance, disclosure, SEBI supervision. ESG funds, environment, social governance, focused mutual funds. Very, very important. Okay, ESG, environment, social and governance. Redemptions, open-ended at net asset value, close-ended via exchange. Disclosure, periodic portfolio and NAV disclosure mandatory. Custodian role, record keeping, settlement, safekeeping of securities. So that's it in this. So let's start with our chapter 6, that is banking system and NBFCs. Structure of Indian banking system definition. The Indian banking system comprises institutions that provide financial services such as deposits, loans and credit facilities to the economy. Hierarchy: Reserve Bank of India, Central Bank, scheduled commercial banks, SCBs, public sector, private sector, foreign banks. Then regional rural banks or RRBs serve rural areas, jointly owned by Government of India, state government and sponsor banks. Also they focus on what? PSL, that is priority sector lending. We have done this very properly in NABARD. Then cooperative banks, urban and rural cooperative, small scale banking needs. Non-banking financial companies, NBFCs, non-deposit taking or deposit taking financial institutions. Then development financial institutions, DFIs, long-term finance for industrial development, example SIDBI and NABARD. Then scheduled versus non-scheduled banks. So scheduled are included in second schedule of RBI Act, maintain cash reserve ratio, eligible for RBI refinance. Non-scheduled are not in second schedule, limited RBI facilities. Then RBI functions and regulatory powers. So functions of RBI: Monetary authority, issuer of currency, lender of last resort, regulator of banks, foreign exchange management and developmental rule. So now let's start with monetary authority. Formulates and implements monetary policy. Controls money supply and credit in the economy. कंट्रोल करता है सारा मनी सप्लाई एंड क्रेडिट इन द इकोनॉमी. रेपो रेट होता है, फॉर एग्जांपल रेपो रेट करंटली इज 6% एंड 6% पे रिजर्व बैंक विल गिव लोन्स टू डिफरेंट बैंक्स. नाउ इफ 6% इज द रेट, तो बैंक्स विल गिव लोन टू पीपल एट मोर देन 6, एनीथिंग मोर देन 6. सो सपोज 6.57, क्योंकि बीच का होगा बैंक का प्रॉफिट, तो 6.57 एंड सो ऑन. बैंक विल नॉट गिव एट 4 बिकॉज फिर बैंक को लॉस है. एंड फॉर एग्जांपल आरबीआई ने अब 6 से कर दिया 4. जब उसे क्या करना है, सप्लाई बढ़ानी है मनी की, उसे करना है कि जो मार्केट है वो ज़्यादा चले, लोग ज़्यादा बाय करें, तो वो कर देगा रेपो रेट कितना 4. अब बैंक को मिल रहा है 4 में, तो बैंक कैन गिव एट 4.5 और 5. अब बैंक 4.5 पे दे रहा है जो कि कम हो रहा है, तो पीपल विल टेक मोर लोन. पीपल विल टेक मोर लोन, पीपल विल बाय न्यू थिंग्स और मोर थिंग्स, देन इकोनॉमी विल ग्रो और मार्केट में पैसा ज़्यादा घूमेगा. Then issuer of currency, sole authority to issue legal tender banknotes in India, right? RBI, only RBI can issue notes. अदर बैंक्स, आप जा रहे हैं पीएनबी में कि 2000 के इशू कर दीजिए, तो वो साइन करके जो मैनेजर है बैंक है, ही कैन नॉट और शी कैन नॉट इशू नोट्स. सो ओनली आरबीआई कैन इशू नोट्स. देन लेंडर ऑफ लास्ट रिजॉर्ट, प्रोवाइड्स लिक्विडिटी टू बैंक्स ड्यूरिंग डिस्ट्रेस. Regulator of banks, supervises and regulates commercial banks, cooperative banks, NBFCs such as non-banking financial companies via RBA Act, Banking Regulation Act. Non-banking financial companies. Then foreign exchange management under FEMA 1999 manages forex reserve, exchange rate stability. Now what is FEMA 1999? Foreign Exchange Management Act 1999. Then developmental role, promotes financial inclusion, rural credit, capital market development. Regulatory powers, licensing and supervision of banks and NBFCs, prescribing CRR, SLR and liquidity norms. CRR is cash reserve रेशियो. कुछ परसेंटेज होगा बैंक को जो रखना पड़ेगा, जिसका पैसा है उसमें से किसके फॉर्म में, कैश, लिक्विड कैश के फॉर्म में रखना पड़ेगा. बैंक कैन नॉट गिव, अगर 1000 करोड़ है बैंक के पास, तो बैंक कैन नॉट गिव दैट एंटायर 1000 करोड़ इन लोन्स. बैंक को कुछ पोर्शन अपने पास रखना पड़ेगा, कुछ कैश के फॉर्म में. सो दैट इज कैश रिजर्व रेशियो. कुछ इमरजेंसी हो जाती है एकदम से, तो उसको टैकल करने के लिए, सो दैट इज योर कैश रिजर्व रेशियो. देन स्टैट्यूटरी लिक्विडिटी रेशियो, SLR. जिसमें जो जो मनी है वो कैसे भी रख सकता है, इन द फॉर्म ऑफ गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी एज वेल. ठीक है, SLR में. एंड लिक्विडिटी नॉर्म्स, मॉनिटरिंग NPAs, दैट इज नॉन परफॉर्मिंग एसेट. assets, provisioning and capital adequacy. Then conducting inspection, imposing penalties. बैंक्स पे पेनल्टीज भी लगाता है, हमने देखा था चैप्टर 12 जनरल अवेयरनेस का फॉर पेपर 1, किस किस बैंक पे लगाया गया है पेनल्टी. सो दैट इज़ ऑल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, उससे क्वेश्चन आते हैं. वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पोर्शन. कमर्शियल बैंक्स वर्सेज NBFCs. डिपॉजिट टेकिंग, सो कमर्शियल बैंक्स डिमांड एंड टाइम डिपॉजिट बोथ, yes. Then NBFCs, some can, mostly non-deposit. Then check payment, can issue checks, commercial banks cannot issue checks, NBFCs. Then payment and settlement, part of payment system, limited cannot participate in clearing. Then RBI regulation, fully regulated under Banking Regulation Act for commercial bank. NBFC is regulated under RBI Act or NBFC direction. Lending, wide range, retail or corporate, commercial bank. And for NBFC, specialized niche segment. Then deposit insurance by DIC GC for commercial banks and not insured by NBFCs. Then examples, SBI, HDFC Bank, all of these are examples of किसका, commercial bank. And NBFCs are Bajaj Finance, Mahindra Finance, all of these are NBFC, non-banking financial companies. Now types of NBFCs. Deposit taking. NBFCs D. Accept public deposit, RBI regulated. क्या है NBFC D? That is deposits. Then non-deposit taking NBFCs, NBFC ND, non-deposit taking, cannot accept public deposits, includes asset finance companies, AFCs, loans for vehicle or machinery, loan companies, LCs, provide loans and credit facilities, investment companies, ICs, invest in securities, infrastructure financial companies, IFCs, fund infrastructure projects, microfinance institutions, MFIs, small loans to unbanked population. Then NBFCs, IFC, NBFCs, MFIs, HFCs, CICs, special category NFCs for priority sectors. Basel norms, basic understanding, purposes ensure global banking stability, maintain capital adequacy and risk management. Then key norms are Basel 1, Basel 2, Basel 3. About these, what is Basel 1? Minimum capital 8% of risk weighted asset. Kitna minimum capital 8% of risk weighted assets. Very very important is Basel 1. Basel 2, three pillars. Minimum capital, supervisory review and market discipline. CSM, minimum capital, supervisory review, market discipline. Basel 3, strengthen capital adequacy, liquidity, leverage ratios implemented gradually in India. Capital adequacy ratio minimum 9% as per RBI Basel 3 roadmap. Then NPAs, non-performing asset and provisioning. Definition of NPAs, loan or advance where interest or principal remains unpaid for more than 90 days. For banks, for agriculture or others, different norms. Classification of NPAs, substandard less than 12 months overdue and doubtful more than 12 months overdue. Recovery doubtful. Loss assets, identified loss not recoverable. Provisioning norms. So banks must set aside a percentage of NPA, non-performing asset, as per RBI guidelines. Standard assets 0.25%, substandard is 15%, and doubtful is 25 to 100% depending on period. Objective, absorb potential losses, protect bank capital. Then financial stability concepts. Definition is condition where financial systems, banks, NBFCs, markets functions effectively, withstands shocks. Indicators, low and controlled NPAs, non-performing assets, adequate capital adequacy ratios, liquidity coverage ratio and CRR compliance, cash reserve ratio compliance, stable banking sector and intra-bank markets. All of these are what indicators, very very important. क्या क्या, low and control NPAs, adequate capital adequacy ratio, liquidity coverage ratio and CRR compliance, and stable banking sector and interbank markets. What is the RBI role? Monitor systematic risk, implements macroprudential policies, conduct financial stability reports. Financial stability report is FSR. Now summary, banking system, RBI to commercial bank to RBs to cooperative banks to non-banking financial companies. RBI's function, monetary authority, currency issuer, regulator, lender of last resort, development रोल. ठीक है, लास्ट रिजॉर्ट कुछ नहीं है, डिस्ट्रेस का टाइम है बैंक्स को, तो क्या किससे लेंगे? आरबीआई से लोन लेंगे बैंक्स. सो दैट्स वाई लेंडर ऑफ लास्ट रिजॉर्ट. कमर्शियल बैंक्स वर्सेस एनबीएफसीज, की डिफरेंस इन डिपॉजिट टेकिंग, सेटलमेंट, रिस्क कवरेज. एनबीएफसी का टाइप्स देखा हमने, डिपॉजिट टेकिंग, नॉन डिपॉजिट टेकिंग, एएफसीज, एलसीज, आईसीज, आईएफसीज एंड एमएफआईज. बेसल नॉर्म्स देखे तीनों, कैपिटल एडिक्वेसी एंड रिस्क मैनेजमेंट, बेसल 1, 2 and 3. Non-performing asset and provisioning, classification and regulatory requirements for loss absorption, financial stability maintained by adequate capital and liquidity, systematic oversight by RBI. Now let's see some of the previous year question from this chapter. Name the apex regulator of the Indian banking system. Reserve Bank of India. What is the role of RBI as lender of last resort? Provides liquidity to banks during financial stress or crisis. Then difference between scheduled and non-scheduled banks. Scheduled banks are listed in second schedule of RBI Act. Non-scheduled are not. Scheduled banks maintain CRR and are eligible for RBI Refinance. Define NBFC. Non-banking financial company provides financial services but does not have full banking powers like check issuance. Give two examples of NBFCs. Bajaj Finance, Mahindra Finance. We have seen what are the primary functions of commercial banks. Accept deposits, grant loans, provide payment and settlement services. What is CRR, cash reserve ratio? Minimum percentage of deposit banks must keep with RBI in form of kisme cash, that's why cash reserve ratio. What is SLR? Statutory liquidity ratio. Minimum percentage of deposits bank must maintain in approved government securities or GSEC. If option is like GSEC तो वही है क्या गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज. Difference between commercial banks and NBFCs. Banks accept deposits, participate in payment systems. NBFCs mostly do not, cannot issue checks, have limited regulatory coverage. What are NPAs? Non-performing asset. Loans are advances where interest principal remains overdue for more than 90 days. Name three NPAs classifications: substandard, doubtful, and loss asset. Then what are Basel norms? International banking regulation to maintain capital adequacy and financial stability. Basel 1, 2, 3 we have seen. What is capital adequacy ratio? CAR. Minimum required capital as percentage of risk-weighted assets. Mention one regulatory function of RBI, licensing and supervision of banks and NBFCs. What is the role of regional rural bank? Provide banking services in rural areas jointly owned by Government of India, state government and sponsor bank. What is the primary function of a custodian in banking (NBFC's) context? Safekeeping of securities and managing settlements. Define financial stability, condition in which the financial system functions effectively, withstand shocks and maintain confidence. Name one developmental role of RBI. Promoting financial inclusion and rural credit. Mention one difference between deposit taking NBFCs and non-deposit taking NBFCs. Deposit taking NBFCs can accept public deposits, non-deposit taking NBFCs cannot. How RBI ensure financial stability in India? So monitoring systematic risk, implementing macroprudential policies, conducting financial stability report and supervising banks or non-banking financial companies. Now let's come to our important MCQs. Apex regulator of Indian banking system, RBI. Scheduled banks are included in Banking Regulation Act, Schedule 1, 2 Schedule of RBI Act, Companies Act, SEBI Act. So the answer is second schedule of RBI Act. CRR is cash reserve ratio, जो percentage रखना है किस फॉर्म में, कैश के फॉर्म में. SLR represents statutory liquidity ratio. Minimum cash with RBI. Investment in government securities, GSEC. Bank's profit loan classification. So the answer is investment in government securities. NBFCs cannot give loans except public deposit, issue check. So issue check is the right answer. Deposit taking NBFCs are regulated by SEBI, RBI, RDI or Ministry of Finance. So the answer is RBI. Capital adequacy ratio is ratio of cash reserves to deposit bank capital as percentage of risk-weighted asset. NPA provision ratio, shareholder equity ratio. So the answer is banks capital as percentage of risk-weighted assets. Substandard asset refers to less than 90 days overdue, less than 12 months overdue, more than 12 months overdue or unrecoverable loan. So the answer is less than 12 months overdue. Very, very important. Doubtful asset is standard loan not overdue over more than 12 months, recovery doubtful. Fully secured loan. So the answer is doubtful asset overdue more than 12 months. Then loss asset is standard loan, identified loss not recoverable, overdue less than 12 months or treasury investment. So the answer is identified loss not recoverable. Regional rural banks are jointly owned by RBI and bank, Government of India, state government sponsor bank, private investors or SEBI. So the answer is Government of India, state government sponsor bank. Basel 3 framework focuses on risk weighted capital, liquidity, leverage ratio, profit maximization, NPA recovery or dividend payout ratio. So the answer is risk weighted capital, liquidity, leverage ratio. Then financial stability is condition where banks are profitable, financial systems functions effectively and withstand shocks, only low NPAs, fixed interest rates. So the answer is financial system functions effectively and withstand shocks. Commercial banks participate in payment and settlement system, only lending, only NBFC activities, only insurance. So the answer is payment and settlement system. RBI supervises only commercial banks, banks, NBFCs and financial markets, insurance companies only or mutual funds only. So the answer is banks, NBFCs and financial markets. Developmental role of RBI includes issuing bonds, financial inclusion, rural credit promotion, fixing share pricing, approving IPO. So the answer is financial inclusion, rural credit promotion. AMC stands for Asset Management Company, Audit Management Corporation, Automated Monetary Control, or Association of Mutual Companies. So the answer is Asset Management Company. NPAs affect banks' profitability, only customer saving, currency issuance और treasury operations only. So the answer is banks profitability. क्यों NPAs क्या होता है? Non performing assets. So that's why क्या किसको affect करेगा? बैंक की profitability को. The non-deposit taking NBFCs include AFCs, LCs, ICs, commercial banks, cooperative banks, or RRBs. So the answer is AFCs, LCs, ICs. RBI publishes financial stability report to inform about fiscal policy, monitor systematic risk and banking health, regulate SEBI or approve NBFC loans. So the answer is monitor systematic risk and banking health. Now let's come to our flashcard or our important question or our revision. RBI क्या है? Apex regulator of banking system, monetary authority, currency issuer. Commercial banks accept deposits, provide loans, payment system, participation. Then scheduled banks listed in second schedule of RBI Act eligible for RBI facilities. Non-scheduled banks not listed in second schedule limited RBI facilities. Regional rural banks serve rural areas jointly owned by Government of India, state government sponsor bank. Cooperative banks, urban rural cooperative banking, small scale deposit or loans. NBFC provides financial services, limited banking powers regulated by RBI, non banking financial companies. अब इसमें दो टाइप्स हमने देखे, डिपॉजिट टेकिंग एंड नॉन डिपॉजिट taking. So deposit taking NBFCs can accept public deposits regulated by RBI. Non-deposit NBFCs cannot accept public deposits, specialized lending, investment. Then Basel norms, capital adequacy, risk management, Basel 1, 2 and 3. CAR, capital adequacy ratio, capital as percentage of risk weighted asset. NPA is non-performing asset, overdue loan more than 90 days. NPA classification, substandard less than 12 months, doubtful more than 12 months and loss unrecoverable. Then provisioning, banks asset aside capital to cover non-performing assets. Financial stability, system functions effectively, withstands shocks. CRR is your cash reserve ratio, percentage deposit to be kept with RBI. SLR is statutory liquidity ratio, percentage deposit in GSEC or government securities. RBI role, regulator, lender of last resort, developmental foreign exchange management. Then developmental functions, financial inclusion, rural credit, credit flow to priority sectors. And FSR finally is financial stability report published by RBI, monetary systematic risk. Okay, very important, financial stability report. So that's it in this. So let's start with chapter 7, that is financial statements and accounting basics. Accounting as financial information system. Definition: accounting is the process of identifying, measuring, recording and communicating financial information about an organization to various stakeholders. What process of identifying, measuring, recording and communicating financial information about an organization to किसको? Stakeholders. Then purposes: provides information for decision making to management, investors and regulators, helps in financial control and evaluation of performance, ensures transparency and accountability. Users of accounting information: internal management, employees; external are investors, creditors, regulators, that is RBI or SEBI, tax authorities. All of these are very important. Keep these things in mind. At the same time, if you want to do more accounting, auditing, then you can go and watch the series of EPFO. That is also available on the YouTube. Entire course is available, so you can go and watch that accounting and auditing as well. Then balancing sheet components. So definition is statement showing financial position of a company at a particular point in time. So that is balance sheet components. Components are assets, resources controlled by the entity expected to bring future economic benefit. Then your current assets are cash, accounts receivable or inventory. Non-current assets, property, plant, equipment, intangible assets. Then liabilities are present obligations to transfer resources. Current liabilities, payables due within 12 months, जो भी चीज़ें आपको देनी है within 12 months. Non-current liabilities, so long-term borrowings, bonds payable. Equity, shareholders fund, capital contributed and reserves and surplus. Then profit and loss account, income statement. So definition is shows financial performance over a period, that is profit or loss. Then components are revenue or income, sales, interest, dividends. Expenses are cost of goods sold, administrative expenses, depreciation, interest. Then profit or losses, revenue minus expenses. जो भी आपका revenue रहा उसमें से expenses किया deduct तो क्या है profit और loss. Purpose evaluates operational efficiency and profitability. Then what is cash flow statement? So it's statement showing cash flows and outflows over a period. So जो भी cash का inflow हो रहा है and outflow हो रहा है over a period of time, that is your cash flow statement. Categories of cash flows. So three categories are there: operating activities, investing activities and financial activities. So firstly, operating activities, cash from core business operation. Investing activities, cash from purchase, sale of assets or investment. Financing activities, cash from borrowing, repayment, issuing shares, dividend payments. Importance, measures liquidity, solvency and financial flexibility. Then fund flow statements. So definition is statement showing sources and use of funds, working capital changes over a period. Then difference from cash flow. Fund flow focuses on working capital changes, cash flow focuses on actual cash movement. ठीक है, क्या चीज़ है वर्किंग कैपिटल चेंजेस, किस पे फंड फ्लो. जो फंड फ्लो फोकस करेगा किस पे वर्किंग कैपिटल चेंजेस. एंड कैश फ्लो फोकसेस ऑन एक्चुअल कैश movement. Then purposes helps management plan resource allocation and financing decision. Assets versus liabilities. So definition, resources expected to bring future economic benefit is asset. Future economic benefit लाएगा future में, that is our asset. Liabilities, obligations to transfer resources or services. Obligations हैं ये, that's why liabilities. Then cash, inventory or machinery are assets. And loans, payables, bonds are liabilities. Then reporting appears to left side of balance sheet. Assets कहाँ पे left side of balance sheet and appears on right side of balance sheet liabilities. ठीक है, तो assets left side AL and जो भी liabilities है वो right side, तो LR. Okay, right side liabilities. Then role generates income and cash inflows, and here represents claims on assets for liabilities. Then capital versus revenue expenditure. So purpose, acquire, improve or extend assets for capital expenditure. Then day-to-day operating expenses are revenue expenditure. Benefit, long-term capital expenditure and short-term recurring in revenue expenditure. Then purchase of machinery or building, that is capital expenditure. And salaries, rent, utilities all are revenue expenditure. Then accounting treatment, capitalized for capital expenditure, and expenses and profit and loss account is in our case of revenue expenditure. Then depreciation, systematic allocation of cost of tangible assets over useful life. Methods, to SLM and WDV. SLM is straight line method, equal depreciation each year. Then written down value is depreciation on reducing balance. Purpose, reflects asset usage, tax benefits, matching principles in accounting. Reserves and surplus. So definition, retained profit kept aside for specific or general purpose. Then types are revenue reserves and capital reserves. So revenue reserves, general reserve, dividend equalization reserve. Capital reserves, premium on share issue, revaluation, surplus. Importance, strengthens financial position, absorbs future losses. Then accounting standards or basic understanding. Purpose is ensure uniformity, reliability and comparability of financial statement. Relevant standards for phase 1. Depreciation AS6 and IND 16. So AS6 is accounting standard 6, very important, and IND 16 is Indian or India accounting standard 16. ठीक है, IND is India and AS is accounting standard, so accounting treatment and disclosure. Then inventory valuation AS2, IND AS2. Cost formulas FIFO weighted average. FIFO is first in first out. Then revenue recognition AS9, IND AS115. When to record revenue from contracts. I upload a PDF on the Telegram having all these accounting standards जो भी important हैं, or I'll try to add all these in this PDF only and then upload it on the Telegram. So financial statement and ratio analysis. Purpose evaluates performance, financial health and efficiency. Important ratios: liquidity ratios, profitability ratios, leverage ratio and activity ratio. So let's start with liquidity ratios. Current account is current assets divided by current liabilities. Profitability ratios: net profit margin is equal to net profit by sales. Leverage ratios: debt equity ratio is total debt divided by shareholders equity. Then activity ratios: inventory turnover is equal to COGS divided by average inventory. COGS is cost of good sold. Then our summary accounting provides financial information to internal and external users. Balance sheet is assets is equal to liability plus equity. Then profit and loss account is revenue minus expenses equal to profit or loss. Cash flow statement: actual cash flow movement, operating, investing and financing. Fund flow statement: changes in working capital, sources and uses of funds. Expenditure classification: capital versus revenue. Depreciation: allocation of assets cost over life. Reserves and surplus: retained profit for future use. Accounting standards: depreciation, inventory, revenue recognition. Then ratio analysis is evaluate liquidity, profitability, solvency and efficiency. Now let's come to our previous year question from this chapter. What is the main purpose of accounting? To provide financial information for decision making and control. Define a balance sheet: statement showing financial position of an entity at a particular point in time. Name two components of a balance sheet: assets and liabilities. Also equity or shareholders fund. What is profit and loss account? So statement showing revenues, expenses and resulting profit or loss over a period. What is the difference between capital and revenue expenditure? So capital long-term asset creation and revenue is day-to-day operational expense. What is depreciation? Systematic allocation of cost of a tangible asset over its useful life. What are reserves and surplus? So retained earnings set aside for specific or general purpose. Then what is NAV? That is net asset value. So net asset value is not directly in accounting, it is mainly used in mutual funds. We have done this in chapter 5. Relevant for linking to profit and loss. Then define cash flow statement. Statement showing inflows and outflows of cash over a period. Then fund flow statement is different from cash flow statement because fund flow focuses on working capital changes, cash flow focuses on actual cash movement. Give an example of current assets: cash, accounts receivable, inventory. Give an example of non-current liabilities: so long-term borrowings, bonds payable. What is the objective of ratio analysis? Evaluate liquidity, profitability, solvency and efficiency of a business. Name a profitability ratio. So net profit margin is net profit by sales. What is the current ratio formula? So current assets divided by current liabilities. What is the purpose of accounting standards? So ensure uniformity, reliability and comparability of financial statements. Name one accounting standard related to inventory. So that is accounting standard 2 or India accounting standard 2. That is about inventory valuation. What is the purpose of fund flow statement? So shows sources and use of funds. Working capital changes. What are the three categories of cash flow statement? Operating, investing, financing activities. Give an example of capital expenditure. So purchase of machinery or building is what? Example of capital expenditure. Now let's come to our some important MCQs. Accounting provides information to only management, only investors, both internal and external users, only tax authorities. So the answer is both internal and external users. Balance sheet shows profit over a period, financial position at a point in time, cash movement or fund resources only. So financial position at a point in time. Assets in balance sheet include loans payable, cash, inventory, machinery, share capital or retained earnings. So the answer is cash, inventory, machinery. Liabilities represent owner's equity, obligations to transfer resources, profits earned or revenue collected. So the answer is obligation to transfer resources. Profit and loss account reports financial position, profit or loss over a period, cash inflows, fund allocation. So the answer is profit or loss over a period. Capital expenditure is daily expense, long-term asset creation, salaries or rent payments. So the answer is long-term asset creation. Revenue expenditure is purchase of buildings, salaries, rent, utilities, machinery acquisition or land purchase. So the answer is salaries, land, utilities. Then depreciation is asset appreciation, allocation of cost of asset over its life. Capital expenditure or revenue recognition. So the answer is allocation of cost of asset over its life. Cash flow statement categories include asset, liability, equity, operating, investing, financing, current, non-current or profit loss reserve. So the answer is operating, investing, financing. Fund flow statement focuses on cash only, working capital changes, shareholders equity or revenue. So the answer is working capital changes. Current asset include machinery, cash receivables, long-term investment or bonds payable. So the answer is cash receivables. Non-current liabilities include accounts payable, long-term borrowings, cash, inventory. So the answer is long-term borrowing. Then current ratio formula is current asset divided by current liabilities, total asset divided by total liabilities, equity divided by debt or revenue by expenses. So the answer is current asset by current liabilities. Debt equity ratio is equal to current asset divided by current liabilities, total debt by shareholders equity, net profit by sales or cash by deposit. So the answer is total debt divided by shareholders equity. Then accounting standard aims to reduce profit, ensure uniformity, comparability, reliability, regulate taxation only, control shares price. So the answer is ensure uniformity, comparability and reliability. Revenue recognition standard is accounting standard 2, India accounting standard 2, accounting standard 6, India accounting standard 16, accounting standard 9, India accounting standard 115 or accounting standard 10. So the answer is accounting standard 9, India accounting standard 115. Inventory valuation is governed by accounting standard 2, India accounting standard 2 is the right answer, not AS3, AS4 or AS6. Example of capital expenditure. Salaries, purchase of machinery, rent, electric bill. So the answer is purchase of machinery. Then example of revenue expenditure, land purchase, depreciation, rent, salaries, machinery, acquisition. So the answer is rent, salaries. The ratio analysis helps in asset acquisition, evaluating liquidity, profitability, solvency, cash collection only or fund transfer. So the answer is evaluating liquidity, profitability, solvency. Now let's come to our flashcard or our most expected question or our revision. So accounting, financial information systems for decision making, balance sheet shows financial position at a point in time. Then liabilities, obligations to transfer resources, equity, shareholders fund, capital and reserves. Profit and loss account is revenue minus expenses is profit or loss over a period. Capital expenditure, long-term asset creation. Revenue expenditure is day-to-day operational expenses. Depreciation is allocation of cost of asset over its life. Then reserves and surplus, retained earnings for future use. Cash flow statement, operating, investing, financing, cash flows. Fund flow statement, sources and use of funds, working capital changes. Then current assets, cash, receivables, inventory. Then non-current assets, so property, plant, equipment. Current liabilities, payables due within 12 months. Then non-current liabilities, long-term borrowings, bond payable. Then current ratio. So current asset divided by current liabilities. Debt equity ratio is total debt divided by shareholders equity. Accounting standards, depreciation, inventory, revenue recognition, ratio analysis evaluates liquidity, profitability, solvency, efficiency. So that's it in this. So let's start with our chapter 8, that is costing and management accounting. So introduction to cost and management accounting. So cost accounting, systematic recording, classification and analysis of cost associated with production or service delivery. क्या चीज़ है? Recording and classification and analysis of cost associated with what? Production or service delivery. Purpose is determine product service cost, control expenses and support pricing decisions. Then management accounting, use of accounting and financial data to aid management decision making. Then combines cost data, financial data and operational data to facilitate planning, control and strategic decisions. Then relationship, cost accounting provides input management, accounting provides analysis and decision support. Very important point. Then objectives and scope. So objectives, ascertain cost of products, services, provide data for pricing and tendering decisions. Then facilitate cost control and cost reduction, evaluate efficiency of operations, aid management in planning and decision making. Then scope, manufacturing, service, trading, organization, inventory evaluation, cost classification, standard costing, budgeting, variance analysis. Then our methods of costing are in unit or output costing. So definition, cost per unit of production. What cost per unit of production is our unit or output costing used in homogeneous products, that is cement, sugar, for all these it is used. Unit or output costing. What is it? Cost per unit of production. Then job costing. Definition, cost of specific jobs or orders. Then use custom products, example construction or machinery. Then batch costing. So cost collected per batch of identical items. Production in batches, that is pharmaceuticals. What cost collected per batch of identical items. Then contract costing, costing for long term contracts, construction contracts और shipbuilding, all of these are contract costing. Contract से होता है ठीक है long term के लिए, so that is contract costing. Then process costing, definition, cost accumulated per process department. So it's continuous production industries, that is chemicals or textiles. Then service costing, so costing of services rendered. Then use in hospital transports, hotels. Then standard costing, definition, predetermined cost for product service based on standards for materials, labor and overheads. Then purpose is compare actual cost with standards, identify variances, facilitate cost control, types of variances, material variance, price and usage, labor variance, rate and efficiency, overhead variance, fixed and variable. Then marginal costing, definition, only variable costs are considered for cost of production, fixed costs are treated as period cost. ठीक है, कौन सा cost लिया जाता है? Only variable cost are considered for cost of production, fixed cost जो है वो are treated as period cost. Then key concepts, contribution is sales minus variable cost. Break even analysis is level of output at which total revenue meets total cost, or total revenue is equal to total cost. इसे क्या बोलते हैं? break even analysis. Purpose is pricing decisions, product selection, profit planning, make or buy decision. Then budget and budgetary control. Definition of budget, quantitative plan for future period in terms of cost, revenues, resources or activities. Now what are the types of budgets? So fixed budget, flexible budget, cash budget, sales budget and production budget. What is fixed budget? Assumes constant activity level. What constant activity level? Then flexible budget is adjust for change in activity level. Cash budget is cash inflows or outflows. Sales budget, projected sales. Production budget is projected production requirements. Now budgetary control, monitoring actual performance against budget, identifying variances and taking correction or corrective action. Then cost control and cost reduction. So cost control, maintaining cost within predetermined limits, involves standing costing, variance analysis, supervision. Cost reduction, systematic effort to reduce existing cost without affecting quality. Then techniques, process improvement, material utilization efficiency, energy conservation, waste minimization. Then key principles, cost reduction is continuous and proactive, whereas cost control is preventive and reactive. ठीक है, cost reduction is what, continuous and proactive, and cost control is preventive and reactive. So याद रखना है, very very important, cost reduction and cost control. C and P, that is continuous and proactive, and P and R, that is preventive and reactive. Then summary, cost accounting. So recording, classification, analysis of cost. Management accounting, decision support for management using cost and financial data. Objectives, cost ascertainment, control, pricing, efficiency, evaluation. Methods of costing, unit, job, batch, contract, process, service. Standard costing, predetermined cost, variance analysis. Marginal costing, focus on variable cost, contribution, break-even analysis. Budgeting, planning and control tool. Types include fixed, flexible, cash, sales and production, जो हमने देखी all the types. Then cost control versus cost reduction. Then control, maintaining cost, reduction is minimizing cost. Then some of the previous year question, what is the primary objective of cost accounting? Ascertainment and control of cost. How is management accounting different from financial accounting? Management accounting is decision oriented and future focused. Financial accounting is historical and statutory. Which costing method is suitable for continuous production industries? Process costing. What is marginal cost? Cost that varies directly with the level of output. Variable cost. Define contribution. So sales minus variable cost. What is standard costing? Use of predetermined cost to measure performance and control cost. Then which costing method is used in construction contracts? Contract costing. What is budgetary control? Comparison of actual performance with budget figures to take corrective actions. What is cost control? Process of maintaining cost within predetermined limits. Distinguish between cost control and cost reduction. So cost control prevents excess cost. Cost reduction aims to permanently reduce cost. Which budget adjusts the activity level? Flexible budget. What is break even point? Level of output where total cost equals total revenue. Total cost जो आपका लग रहा है इक्वल हो जाता है किसके, आपके total revenue के. So that is break even. Then what is service costing used for? Costing of services like hospital, transport, hotels. What is job costing? Costing method where costs are accumulated per job or order. What is batch costing? Costing where costs are accumulated per batch of identical products, जो हमने पढ़ा था in pharmaceuticals. Then some of the important practice MCQs. Cost accounting mainly deals with profit maximization, cost ascertainment and control, tax computation or audit compliance. So the answer is cost ascertainment and control. Then management accounting is primarily used for statutory reporting, decision making, tax filing or auditing. So the answer is decision making. Which costing method is suitable for cement industry? Job costing, batch costing, process costing or contract costing. So the answer is process costing. Job costing is best suited for chemical industry, textile industry, construction of bridges, continuous production. So the answer is construction of bridges. Batch costing is a combination of job and process costing, contract and service costing, standard and marginal costing, and unit and service costing. So the answer is job and process costing. Which costing is used for hospitals? Unit costing, service costing, process costing, or batch costing. So the answer is service costing. Then standard costing involves historical cost, then predetermined cost, replacement cost or opportunity cost. So the answer is predetermined cost. Difference between standard cost and actual cost is called contribution, margin, variance or profit. So the answer is variance. Marginal costing considers fixed cost only, variable cost only, total cost or sunk cost. So the answer is variable cost only. Contribution equals sales minus total cost, sales minus fixed cost, sales minus variable cost or profit minus fixed cost. So the answer is sales minus variable cost, हमने देखा था, is contribution. Then break even point occurs when profit is maximum, fixed cost is zero, total cost equals total revenue and contribution is zero. So the answer is हमने देखा था जब टोटल कॉस्ट हो जाता है किसके, टोटल रेवेन्यू के इक्वल, C is equal to R. Then fixed costs are variable with output, constant regardless of output, avoidable marginal cost. So the answer is constant regardless of output. Budget is historical statement, financial statement, quantitative plan for future, audit report. So the answer is quantitative plan for future. Flexible budget is prepared for single level of activity, changing levels of activity, only cash planning, capital budgeting. So the answer is changing levels of activity. Then cash budget deals with profit planning, cash inflows and outflows, production targets, sales forecasting. So the answer is cash inflows and outflows. Budgetary controls helps in tax computation, cost comparison and corrective action, auditing or legal compliance. So the answer is cost comparison and corrective action. Then cost control is concerned with eliminating cost, reducing cost permanently, keeping cost within limits, increasing efficiency only. So the answer is keeping cost within limits. Then cost reduction aims at temporary savings, maintaining standards only, permanent reduction in cost, cost recording. So the answer is permanent reduction in cost, which is not a method of costing: job costing, process costing, marginal costing, batch costing. So the answer is marginal costing. And why? Because marginal costing is a technique. Then marginal costing is a technique, not a method. Then management accounting information is mainly external user oriented, future oriented, statutory or historical. So the answer is future oriented. Now let's come to our flashcard, our most expected question or our revision. Cost accounting, ascertainment, control and analysis of cost. Management accounting, decision oriented, future focused. Objectives: cost control, pricing, planning, efficiency. Unit costing, cost per unit for homogeneous products. Job costing, cost per job or order. Batch costing is cost per batch of identical products. Then contract costing is long-term construction contract. Then process costing, continuous production industries. Service costing, hospital, transport, hotels. Standard costing, predetermined cost plus variance analysis. Then variance, difference between standard and actual cost. Marginal costing, variable cost approach. Contribution is sales minus variable cost. Break even point, when C is equal to R, that is total cost is equal to total revenue. Fixed cost as remains constant. Variable cost changes with output. Budget, quantitative plan for future. Flexible budget, adjust with activity level. Budgetary control, actual versus budget comparison. Then cost control, preventive limit based. Then cost reduction, continuous permanent cost decrease. So that's it in this. So let's start with the chapter 9, that is management, nature and scope of management. So meaning of management. Management is the process of planning, organizing, staffing, directing and controlling organizational resources efficiently and effectively to achieve predetermined objectives. You have some objectives and you have to achieve those objectives. किस तरीके से? By planning, organizing, staffing, directing and controlling organizational resources. तो उससे आपको क्या करना है, वो टारगेट्स अचीव करना है, ऑब्जेक्टिव्स अचीव करना है एफिशिएंटली एंड इफेक्टिव वे में. Then it is both a science and an art and also a profession. Now nature of management, goal oriented, exists to achieve organizational objectives. Then universal, applicable to all organizations, business, government, non-profit. Continuous process, so management is ongoing and never ending. Group activity, requires coordinated efforts of people. Dynamic function, adapts to change in environment. Then multidisciplinary, draws from economics, psychology, sociology, statistics. Intangible, cannot be seen but results are visible through performance. And authority responsibility relationship, that is AAR relationship. Managers exercise authority with accountability. Then scope of management is functional areas, that is production management, financial management, marketing management and human resource management. Levels of management, top level, that is policy formulation, you will set जो भी policies हैं वो किस तरीके से things are going to work. Then middle level is execution and coordination, then to execute those policies, to make them work. Then lower level is supervision and operations, to supervise whether these things are working properly or not, at the same time to take care about the operations which are there in that particular policy. So 3 levels are top level, middle level, lower level: policy formulation, execution and coordination, and supervision and operation. Then management functions: planning. So meaning is deciding in advance what to do, how to do, when to do, and by whom. Okay, what to do, how to do, when to do, and by whom. Importance is provides direction, reduces uncertainty, improves efficiency. Types of plans: strategic plans, operational plans, policies, procedures, and budgets. Organizing, so meaning is arranging tasks, people, and resources to achieve objectives. You have some objectives, and to organize something means आपको अरेंज करना है जो भी चीज़ें हैं टास्क में, पीपल एंड रिसोर्स जिससे आप करेंगे, रिसोर्स टू अचीव दोज ऑब्जेक्टिव और टास्क. सो दैट इज ऑर्गेनाइजिंग. एलिमेंट्स: डिवीजन ऑफ वर्क, डिपार्टमेंटलाइजेशन, डेलीगेशन ऑफ अथॉरिटी, कोऑर्डिनेशन. जो आपने डिपार्टमेंट्स बनाए उनमें भी कोई देखेगा, सुपरवाइज करेगा, सो दैट इज डेलीगेशन ऑफ अथॉरिटी, डेलीगेट करना उसको. एंड देन फाइनली कोऑर्डिनेशन, जो आपने अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट्स बनाए डिपार्टमेंटलाइजेशन में, उनका कोऑर्डिनेशन. Then staffing, so meaning is ensuring the right people are in the right jobs. Some person is very good with football, so you are making him teach or train football and not asking that particular person to train cricket, right? So selecting the right people for the right job. Activities: recruitment, selection, training and development, performance appraisal, and compensation. First you have to recruit, then select, ट्रेनिंग एंड डेवलपमेंट जो बेसिक उन्हें देना है, देन परफॉर्मेंस अप्रेजल, एंड फाइनली कंपनसेशन फॉर दैट. सो दैट इज स्टाफिंग. डायरेक्टिंग, मीनिंग इज गाइडिंग एंड सुपरवाइजिंग एम्प्लॉयज टू अचीव गोल्स. कंपोनेंट्स: लीडरशिप, मोटिवेशन, कम्युनिकेशन एंड सुपरविजन. देन कंट्रोलिंग, meaning ensuring actual performance matches planned performance. You are thinking that that person will perform in such a manner, that thing is going to behave or perform in such a manner, and then it matches the final outcome. So that is actual performance matches planned performance. Now steps for controlling: establish standards, measure performance, compare with standards, and take corrective action. Then role of manager: interpersonal roles, figurehead, leader, liaison. Then informational roles: monitor, disseminator, spokesperson. Decisional roles: entrepreneur, disturbance handler, resource allocator, and negotiator. Then leadership concepts. Meaning of leadership is the ability to influence, motivate, and guide individuals or group towards achieving goals. Features of leadership: so influencing behavior, interpersonal relationship, goal directed, and situational. Then leadership styles and theories. So leadership styles: autocratic, leader makes decision alone, auto. Then democratic, participative decision making. Then laissez-faire is minimal supervision, employees decide. Then bureaucratic is strict adherence to rules. Whatever the rules are, whatever the plans are, whatever the policies are, you go by that. So that is strict adherence to rules. Then leadership theories. Trait theory: leaders possess inherent traits like confidence, intelligence. These traits are inherited. Then behavioral theory: leadership based on behavior, not traits. Focus on task oriented versus people oriented behavior. Then situational theory: effective leadership depends on situation. No single best leadership style. Whatever the situation is, perform as per that. So that is your leadership depends on situation. Contingency theory: leadership effectiveness depends on leader, followers, and situation. किस किस पे डिपेंड कर रहा है? Depends on leader, followers, and situation. Then motivational theories. Meaning of motivation: so motivation is the process that stimulates people to act to achieve desired goals. Then Maslow's need hierarchy, very important. Physiological needs, safety needs, social needs, esteem needs, and self-actualization. किसमें? Maslow's need hierarchy. Then Herzberg two-factor theory. Hygiene factors: salary, job security, prevent dissatisfaction. Motivators: achievement, recognition, create satisfaction. This is what Herzberg two-factor theory. Hygiene factor, motivators. Then McGregor's theory X and theory Y. So theory X: employees dislike work, need control. Theory Y is employees are self-motivated and responsible. So this is McGregor's theory X and Y. Then morale and incentives. So morale refers to the mental and emotional attitude of employees towards work and organization. Factors affecting morale is leadership style, working conditions, job security, recognition. Question can be like इनमें से कौन सा affect नहीं करता है. Then incentives, financial incentives, bonus, commission, profit sharing, non-financial incentives, promotion, recognition, job enrichment. Then human resource development, HRD, meaning is HRD or human resource development is the development of employee competencies through training and organizational development. कैसे करना है एम्प्लॉय को कॉम्पिटेंट करना है कैसे वाया ट्रेनिंग एंड ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल डेवलपमेंट. Components of HRD, so training and development, career planning, performance appraisal and organizational development. What are the objectives? Improve skills and knowledge, increase productivity, enhance employee satisfaction. You have to increase the productivity but at the same time क्या होना चाहिए employee satisfaction. Communication process, channels and barriers. So communication process, sender, encoding, message, channel, receiver, decoding and feedback. All these are communication process. Channels of communication, formal channel that is official communication, informal, grapevine that is social communication. Then types of communication, upward, downward, horizontal, diagonal. So again this is very important. Now when the PDFs are uploaded on the Telegram, some information is added to these PDFs. So please have a look on the uploaded PDFs on the Telegram. Then barriers to communication, physical barriers, psychological barriers, semantic barriers and organizational barriers. Then role of IT in communication. So use of email, ERP, intranet, video conferencing, cloud platforms. Benefits, faster communication, global connectivity. Obviously you can connect with more people globally. So global connectivity, reduced cost, better coordination. Challenges are cyber security risk and information overload. Then let's come to our some of the previous year questions. Which functions of management involves setting objectives and determining the course of action? Planning. According to Maslow, which needs occupies the highest position in the hierarchy? So self-actualization need. Who propounded theory X and theory Y? So we have seen this Douglas McGregor. Which leadership style gives maximum freedom to subordinates? Laissez-faire leadership. हमने पढ़ा था डेमोक्रेटिक ऑटोक्रेटिक, तो दिस इज आवर आंसर. स्टाफिंग फंक्शन इज मेनली कंसर्न्ड विद recruitment, selection and training of employees. Which managerial role involves handling conflicts and unexpected problems? Disturbance handler. Informal communication system in an organization is known as grapevine. Which motivation theory divides two-factor into hygiene and motivators? Herzberg two-factor theory. Now you will tell me what are these two factors. Two factors were there, right? We have seen this. What are these two factors? Which of the following is not a function of management? Auditing. Which barrier to communication arises due to difference in language and meaning? So semantic barrier. Now let's come to some of the practice MCQs. Management is best defined as art of supervision, science of behavior, process of planning, organizing, staffing, directing and controlling, or technique of coordination. So the answer is process of planning, organizing, staffing, directing and controlling. At the same time, 2000 question series is also live for SEBI. Those questions are very important. So please watch it. Which of the following is not a feature of management? Goal oriented, universal, static or continuous. So the answer is static. Then planning helps in motivation, reducing uncertainty, controlling employees, wage fixation. So the answer is reducing uncertainty. Organizing functions primarily deals with goal setting, arrangement of resources and authority, recruitment, performance appraisal. So the answer is arrangement of resource and authority. Which function ensures availability of human resources? Planning, organizing, staffing, controlling. So the answer is staffing. Leadership is a part of planning, staffing, directing, controlling. So it's directing. Which management level is responsible for policy formulation? Lower level, middle level, top level, or supervisory level? So the answer is top level. We have seen all these. Top level, middle level and lower level. कौन execution पे काम करता है, कौन policy making पे, कौन supervision पे. Democratic leadership style is also known as autocratic, participative, free reign or authoritarian. So the answer is participative. Then train theory of leadership focuses on situation, behavior, inborn qualities or group dynamics. So the answer is inborn qualities. Maslow's safety needs include status, job security, friendship, achievement. So it's job security. According to Herzberg, salary is a motivator, hygiene factor, growth factor और psychological factor. So हमने किसमें देखा था? Hygiene factor में हमने देखा था salary. Then theory X assumes that employees are self-motivated, seek responsibility, avoid work or are creative. So the answer is avoid work. Then morale refers to skill level, attitude and satisfaction of employees, productivity, discipline. So the answer is attitude and satisfaction of employees. Which of the following is a non-financial incentive? Bonus, profit sharing, promotion, commission. So the answer is promotion. HRD mainly focuses on cost reduction, training and development, recruitment or wage determination. So we have seen this training and development. Communication is said to be complete when message is sent, message is encoded, feedback is received, channel is selected. So the answer is feedback is received. Which communication flows from superior to subordinate? Upward, horizontal, downward or diagonal? So the answer is downward. Grapevine communication is formal, written, informal, external. So हमने किसमें पढ़ा था? Informal. Then noise in communication refers to physical sounds only, any disturbance in message transmission, emotional reaction or language problem. So the answer is any disturbance in message transmission. Then role of IT in communication mainly results in delay, faster and accurate information flow, reduced coordination, centralization. तो हमने पढ़ा था very clearly faster and accurate information flow. Now let's come to our flashcard or our most expected question or our revision. So management, continuous goal oriented process. Planning is deciding in advance. Organizing, task and authority arrangement. Staffing, right person at right job. Directing, leadership, motivation, communication. Then controlling, compare actual versus standard. Managerial roles, interpersonal, informational, decisional. Leadership, influencing behavior. Autocratic is centralized authority. Democratic, participative decision making. सबसे पूछ के. So laissez-faire, that is maximum freedom. Maslow 5-level need hierarchy. Herzberg, hygiene versus motivators. Theory X, control oriented. Theory Y, self motivated employee. Moral, mental and emotional attitude. Incentives, financial and non-financial. HRD, long term capability development. Communication, two-way process. Grapevine, we have seen it multiple times, informal communication. So that's it in this. So let's start with chapter 10, that is lean system and innovation. So lean system concepts. Lean system is a management philosophy focused on maximizing value for the customer by eliminating waste and improving process efficiency. What is this? Philosophy focused on maximizing value for the customer. To maximize the value किसके लिए? Customer के लिए. किसके through? By eliminating waste and improving process efficiency. Originated from the Toyota production system, that is TPS. Core objectives is to deliver more value with fewer resources. Value more, resources less. ठीक है, more values with less resources. Lean focuses on continuous improvement, flow efficiency and customer value. Then core principles of lean: identify value from customer's perspective, map the value stream, create continuous flow, establish pull system, pursue perfection through continuous improvement. So types of waste, muda. Now what is it? So wasteful, or something which is not adding any value to your main objective or your business, that is wasteful, muda. Now types of waste: overproduction, waiting time, transportation, excess inventory, over processing, unnecessary motion, defects. All of these are waste. Now just in time is JIT. So just in time is a production system where materials are produced or procured only when required in the required quantity. जब भी आपको चाहिए तब you are getting those resources. ठीक है, और जितना quantity चाहिए उसमें. Objective is to reduce inventory holding cost and improve efficiency. You don't need to have एक हाउस जिसमें विल पुट एवरीथिंग इन्वेंट्री सब कुछ स्टोर करके. जब आपको चाहिए तो जस्ट इन टाइम तब आप ले रहे हो उतना ही क्वांटिटी में. देन की फीचर्स ऑफ जस्ट इन टाइम: ज़ीरो और मिनिमम इन्वेंट्री, कंटिन्यूस प्रोडक्शन फ्लो, पुल बेस्ड प्रोडक्शन सिस्टम, स्ट्रॉन्ग सप्लायर कोऑर्डिनेशन, हाई क्वालिटी स्टैंडर्ड्स. लाइक दीज डेज these quick commerce, Swiggy, Blinkit, etc. They have their inventories, they have their stores. जहाँ पे they have their inventories, a lot of products are there which are to be delivered very quickly. So they have this inventory. So in just in time there is no inventory. They just buy things or procure things when it is needed and in that particular quantity, whatever is the required quantity. Then benefits of JID, just in time: reduced inventory cost, lower wastage, improved productivity, faster response to customer demand. Limitations are high dependency on suppliers, risk of production disruption, requires accurate demand forecasting. ठीक है, अगर आप एकदम से आपके पास नहीं आई चीज़, so that is a problem. Then बाद का आपको पता चाहिए होना चाहिए कि ये चीज़ें की डिमांड है, so you need to procure those things. So these are the limitations or challenges. Then Kaizen costing. So Kaizen means continuous and incremental improvement. Kaizen costing focuses on cost reduction during the production phase, unlike target costing which applies before production. ठीक है, टारगेट कॉस्टिंग का अप्लाई होता है बिफोर प्रोडक्शन. काइजन कॉस्टिंग फोकसेस ऑन कॉस्ट रिडक्शन ड्यूरिंग प्रोडक्शन फेज. कॉस्ट रिडक्शन करना है कब? ड्यूरिंग प्रोडक्शन फेज. Then characteristics: continuous cost reduction, employee involvement at all levels, small incremental improvements, focus on process improvement. Then objectives are: achieve cost reduction without affecting quality, improve operational efficiency over time. Now 5S system, very very important. 5S is a workplace organization technique to improve efficiency and safety. What is it? Workplace organization technique किसके लिए? To improve efficiency and safety. So 5 elements of 5S: sort, set in order, shine, standardize, sustain. Sort, seri, that is remove unnecessary items. Then set in order, seaton, arrange items systematically. Shine, CSO, clean workplace regularly. Standardize, sieketsu, establish standard procedures. Then sustain, shitsuke, maintain discipline and consistency. All are very very important. These words are also important in English and these words are also important. You will tell me which language is this. In the lecture only we have discussed this. You will tell me which language is this. Importance of 5S: improved productivity, reduce accidents, better workplace discipline, foundation or lean implementation. Then total productive maintenance. So TPM is a maintenance strategy aimed at achieving zero breakdowns, zero defects and zero accidents. Involves total participation of employees including operators. Then objectives of TPM, that is total productive maintenance: improve equipment effectiveness, reduce machine downtime, enhance production quality. Pillars are autonomous maintenance, planned maintenance, quality maintenance, training and education, safety, health and environment. All of these pillars are also very very important. Then cellular manufacturing. Cellular manufacturing is a lean production system where machines are arranged in cells to process a family of similar products based on group technology. Cellular manufacturing is based on which of the following technologies? Answer is group technology. Features: machines arranged in U-shaped or linear cells, reduce material movement, faster throughput time. What are the advantages? Reduced work in process inventory, improved quality, enhanced employee responsibility. Now Six Sigma, again important. Six Sigma is a data-driven quality improvement methodology aimed at reducing defects. क्या aim है? At reducing defects. क्या चीज़ है? Is a data-driven quality improvement methodology. Data-driven. Okay, keep this thing in mind. Data-driven quality improvement methodology. Goal is to achieve near zero defects. 3-4 defects per million opportunities. Near zero defects. Now DMAIC framework, very important. Define, measure, analyze, improve, control. क्या है? Define, measure, analyze, improve, control. Framework. Define is identify problems. Whatever the problem is, you have to first identify it. Measure, collect relevant data related to that particular problem. Analyze, identify root cause. What is the reason because of which that problem is there? Improve, implement solutions. Now whatever the solution is, try to solve it. Control, sustain improvement. And sustain करना है बाद में वो प्रॉब्लम ना आए उस चीज़ के लिए. So that is control. Define, measure, analyze, improve, control. Key focus. So process consistency, statistical analysis, customer satisfaction. Process innovation. So process innovation involves introducing new or significantly improved production or delivery methods. What is process innovation? Introducing new or significantly improved production or delivery methods. Focus is on efficiency, cost reduction, quality improvement rather than product change. Examples: automation, digitization of processes, adoption of Lean or Six Sigma methods. Benefits are lower operational cost, faster service delivery, improved competitiveness. Then business process reengineering, BPR, business process reengineering. So business process reengineering is the fundamental rethinking and radical redesign of business process. What is it? Fundamental rethinking and radical redesign of business processes. Aim is to achieve dramatic improvement in cost, quality, service and speed. क्या है aim? To achieve dramatic improvement. किस चीज़ में improvement? CQSS. CQSS is cost, quality, service, speed. Characteristics of BPR is radical change, not incremental. Radical change एकदम से. Process oriented approach, customer focused, use of IT or information technology. Then difference between Kaizen and BPR. So Kaizen is continuous incremental improvement. Continuous incremental improvement. BPR में क्या पढ़ा हमने? एकदम से आएगा, that is radical improvement or transformation and one time. So this is the difference between Kaizen and BPR, one of the previous year questions. Difference. Then summary of this: lean system focuses on waste elimination and value creation. Just in time minimizes inventory and improves flow. Kaizen costing emphasizes continuous cost reduction. 5S improves workplace organization. TPM measures maximum equipment efficiency. Cellular manufacturing reduces movement and inventory. Six Sigma improves quality using statistical tools. Process innovation enhances operational efficiency. BPR brings radical process transformation. BPR में radical, Kaizen में you'll tell me. Previous year questions, very important. Lean management primarily focuses on elimination of waste and value creation. Just-in-time production system aims to minimize inventory and produce as per demand. Kaizen refers to continuous and incremental improvement. Radical नहीं होगा. Kaizen is incremental. KI से you can remember Kai. Kaizen is incremental improvement, continuous and incremental. Then which of the following is not one of the 7 ways in lean? Innovation. The 5S technique is related to workplace organization and discipline. TPM aims at achieving zero breakdowns and zero defects. Six Sigma methodology primarily focuses on reducing defects using statistical tools. DMAIC model is associated with Six Sigma में हमने पढ़ा था. You will tell me what is the full form. DMAIC, measure, control हमने पढ़ा था. So what is the full form? You will answer this in the comment. Business process reengineering emphasizes radical redesign of processes. Cellular manufacturing is based on the concept of group technology. देखा था हमने group technology, cellular group technology, CG, cellular manufacturing group technology. Then some of the important practice MCQs. Lean system originated from Ford production system, Toyota production system, General Motors system, IBM system. So the answer is Toyota production system, TPS. Then which of the following is not a principle of lean? Pull system, value identification, mass inventory, continuous improvement. So the answer is mass inventory. Overproduction is considered waste because it increases sales, it increases inventory and cost, it improves quality, it reduces lead time. So the answer is it increases inventory and cost. JIT or just in time system works best under conditions of high uncertainty, stable demand and reliable suppliers, excess inventory, poor coordination. So किस में बेस्ट रहेगा? स्टेबल डिमांड एंड रिलायबल सप्लायर्स. क्यों? जस्ट इन टाइम में आप प्रोक्योर करते हो जब चाहिए एंड जितना चाहिए. जब चाहिए इतना चाहिए. द क्वांटिटी दैट यू नीड you procure that quantity. Then Kaizen costing is applied mainly during product design stage, pre-production stage, production stage or marketing stage. So the answer is PS, production stage. Which of the following best describes Kaizen? One-time improvement, radical change, continuous small improvements, cost cutting only. तो हमने काय पढ़ा था? Kaizen incremental. So incremental, radical नहीं. Continuous small improvements. Which S of 5S focuses on cleanliness, sort, set in order, shine, sustain. So the answer is shine. The main objective of 5S is to increase wages, improve workplace efficiency, reduce taxes, increase automation. So the answer is improve workplace efficiency. TPM emphasizes participation of only top management, only maintenance staff, only supervisors, all employees. So the answer is all employees. Zero breakdown is a goal of just in time, TPM, Six Sigma, BPR. So the answer is TPM. Cellular manufacturing reduces employee skill requirement, material movement and WIP inventory, production flexibility, quality control. So the answer is material movement and WIP inventory. Six Sigma aims to achieve defect level of 6%, 66%, 3-4 defects per million और 0 defects always. तो हमने देखा था what 3 to 4 defects per million. Then DMAC stands for define, measure, analyze, improve, control. Design, make, analyze, improve, control. Define, monitor, assess, improve, check. Develop, measure, analyze, implement, control. So the answer is define, measure, analyze, improve, control. Which stage of DMAIC focuses on root cause identification? Define, measure, analyze, improve और what? क्या पूछा है? रूट कॉज. रूट कॉज इज एनालाइज. Process innovation mainly focuses on product appearance, operational efficiency, advertising strategy or branding. So the answer is operational efficiency. BPR involves changes that are incremental, continuous, radical, seasonal. So the answer is radical. Which of the following best differentiates BPR and Kaizen? Kaizen is customer focused, BPR is incremental, Kaizen is continuous, BPR is radical. Both are identical. So the answer is Kaizen is continuous, BPR is radical. It plays a key role in BPR by enabling automation and integration, manual work, job enlargement only, cost accounting. So the answer is automation and integration. Lean system mainly improves employee turnover, value delivery and efficiency, tax compliance, wage structure. So the answer is value delivery and efficiency. Which technique is considered a foundation for lean implementation? Six Sigma, TPM, 5S, BPR. So the answer is 5S. There is this book, very amazing book, The Lean Startup. If you get time, then read this book. This book is really good. You must have heard about all of these books. The Hard Thing About Hard Things, $0 Startup, but this book is also very good. Now let's come to our flashcard or our expected question or our revision. Lead system, waste elimination and value creation. Toyota production system, TPS, origin of lean. 7 waste, overproduction, waiting, transport, inventory, motion, overprocessing, defects. What are these? Overproduction, waiting, transport inventory, motion, overprocessing, defects. JIT, produce only when needed, जितना चाहिए procure किया उतनी quantity में. That's why just in time. Pull system, demand driven production. Kaizen, continuous incremental improvement. KI से याद किया था, Kaizen incremental. Then Kaizen costing, cost reduction during production. 5S, workplace organization. TPM, zero breakdown, zero defects. Cellular manufacturing, machines grouped into cells. किस में? Group में. Group technology, basis of cellular manufacturing. Six Sigma, defect reduction. DMARC, Six Sigma problem solving model. Then process innovation, improved production delivery methods. BPR, radical process redesign. Kaizen versus BPR, incremental versus radical change. Lean objective, efficiency and customer value. TPM participation, all employees. 5S foundation, discipline and standardization. BPR, role of IT, that is automation and integration. So that's it in this. So let's start with chapter 11, that is economics, demand and supply. So demand refers to the quantity of a good or service that consumers are willing and able to buy at a given price during a given period of time. What goods or services that consumers are willing and able to buy. You are willing as well as you are able to buy. कितने पे? At a given price during a given period of time. Then demand is always expressed with reference to price and time. Demand is always expressed किस में? Price and time. DPT, demand, price, time. Remember all these. Law of demand is other things remaining constant, quantity demanded varies inversely with price. Quantity demanded varies inversely with price. So if this goes up, this goes down. If this goes down, this goes up. So if price will increase, then people will be less interested to buy it. So demanded quantity will decrease. So when prices rises, demand falls. When prices falls, demand rises. Then determinants of demand: price of the commodity, income of consumers, prices of related goods, that is substitutes and complements. Substitute जो उसकी जगह लिया जा सकता है, ठीक है, that is substitute goods. Complements goods जो उसके साथ लिया जा सकता है, that is complement goods. Then taste and preferences, expectations about future prices, population and demographics. Then exceptions to law of demand: Giffen goods, Veblen goods, speculative demand, necessities. Then supply. Supply refers to the quantity of a good or service that producers are willing and able to offer for a sale at a given price during a given period of time. What good or services that producers are willing and able to offer for sale at a given price during a given period of time. Law of supply says other things remaining constant, quantity supplied varies directly with price. Quantity supplied varies directly with price. Then determinants of supply: price of the commodity, cost of production, technology, government policy and taxes, prices of related goods, expectations. Then market structure: perfect competition, large number of buyers and sellers, homogeneous products, free entry and exit, perfect knowledge, firms are price takers. ठीक है, large number of buyers and sellers are there in a market. All of these are what? Perfect competition. Monopoly, single seller, no close substitutes, high barriers to entry, and price maker. There is no substitute to that product. At the same time, only single seller is there. All of this is monopoly. Then monopolistic competition: many sellers, product differentiation, free entry and exit, and selling cost exist. That is monopolistic competition. Then oligopoly, that is few large firms are there, only few. So few large firms are there, interdependence among firms, high barriers to entry, and possibility of cartel formation. Then national income, GDP, and gross value added and gross domestic product. So national income concepts, gross domestic product, total value of final goods and services produced within the domestic territory of a country in a given period. ठीक है, what goods and services produced within a country in a given period, that is gross domestic product. Then gross value added, GVA, value of output minus intermediate consumption. Relationship between GDP and GVA, so GDP is equal to GVA plus taxes on products minus subsidies on products. क्या करना है, ग्रॉस वैल्यू एडेड प्लस टैक्सेस ऑन प्रोडक्ट्स, वॉट एवर द टैक्सेस आर ऑन प्रोडक्ट्स, एंड माइनस कर देना है सब्सिडीज ऑन प्रोडक्ट्स. सम सब्सिडी इज देयर बिकॉज ऑफ विच प्राइस इज लेस, सो सब्सिडीज ऑन प्रोडक्ट्स. Then methods of measuring national income, production, value added method, income method, expenditure method. So all of these are the methods. Then nominal versus real GDP. So nominal GDP measured at current prices, real GDP measured at constant prices. ठीक है, real GDP constant prices and nominal GDP current prices. NCU, RCO. RCO is RCB की जगह RCO. So real GDP constant price, nominal GDP CU current price. Classical and Keynesian theory. So what is classical theory? Economy is self-adjusting, full employment is normal, supply creates its own demand, Say's law. What supplies creates its own demand, that is Say's laws. Then no long-term unemployment. Then Keynesian theory, demand determines output and employment. What? Demand determines output and employment. Then economy may operate below full employment. Government intervention is necessary. Focus on aggregate demand. Consumption and investment functions. So consumption function shows relationship between income and consumption. Keynesian form, C is equal to A plus BY, where A is autonomous consumption. A is autonomous consumption, B is marginal propensity to consume. MPC, that is marginal propensity to consume. So A is equal to BY. So what is it? MPC, marginal propensity to consume, is change in consumption divided by change in income. ठीक है, C divided by I, change in consumption divided by change in income. And किस में लाई करेगा? 0 to 1. Investment function, very very important, details and formulas. Investment function, investment depends on rate of interest, marginal efficiency of capital, business expectations. Then multiplier and accelerator. Multiplier measures the magnified effect of change in investment on income. Multiplier, K is equal to 1 divided by 1 minus MPC. Then accelerator shows relationship between change in income and induced investment. High demand leads to higher investment. Now money market and ISLM model. What are these ISLM? So investment saving. And what is LM? So LM is liquidity preference money supply. So money market, market for short term funds. Money market is for short term funds. हमने याद किया था MS general awareness में. Then demand for money arises from transaction motive, precautionary motive, speculative motive. ISLM model. So IS curve represents equilibrium in goods market. What it represents? IS represents equilibrium in goods market. LM curve represents equilibrium in money market. IS curve, IS curve goods market, and LM money market, and ISG, that is goods market. So liquidity preference money supply, and this is investment savings. Intersection of IS and LM shows equilibrium level of income and interest rate. इन दोनों का क्या इक्विलिब्रियम क्या शो करेगा? इंटरसेक्शन इक्विलिब्रियम है, लेवल ऑफ इनकम एंड इंटरेस्ट रेट. इन्फ्लेशन, सो मीनिंग इन्फ्लेशन रेफर्स टू सस्टेन राइज इन जनरल प्राइसेस. जो भी इंक्रीज हो रहा है प्राइसेस में, दैट इज इन्फ्लेशन. सस्टेन राइज इन जनरल प्राइस लेवल. टाइप्स ऑफ इन्फ्लेशन: डिमांड पुल इन्फ्लेशन, कॉस्ट पुश इन्फ्लेशन, creeping, walking, running inflation. Now inflation measures consumer price index, measure retail inflation. Wholesale price index measures price change at wholesale level. ठीक है. CPI कंज्यूमर प्राइस इंडेक्स मेजर करता है रिटेल इन्फ्लेशन एंड होलसेल प्राइस इंडेक्स क्या करता है, मेजर्स प्राइस चेंजेस एट होलसेल लेवल. Now control of inflation, monetary policy measures, fiscal policy measures, then price controls and supply side measures, then business cycles, phases of business cycle, expansion, peak, contraction, trough, then causes, demand fluctuation, investment changes, credit cycles, external shocks. Monetary and fiscal policy. Monetary policy conducted by RBI controls money supply and credit. Now what are the tools जिससे RBI control करता है all these things? Repo rate, that is repurchase rate. Then reverse repo rate. CRR is cash reserve ratio. SLR, statutory liquidity ratio. And OMO, that is open market operations. Now we have seen all these multiple times, so I am not going to repeat it. Repo rate is your repurchase rate. So rate at which RBI is giving to commercial banks, जो भी banks हैं. Now what will happen if commercial banks are getting at 5%? Then commercial banks will give loan at anything above 5. And if RBI is giving at 4, then they can give at anything above 4. So that's how RBI manages or runs the economy and maintains their loose money policy or tight money policy. Then fiscal policy conducted by government relates to taxation and public expenditure used to control inflation, unemployment and promote growth. Balance of payments, meaning systematic record of all economic transaction between residents and rest of the world. Balance of payment, balances what record of all economic transaction किसके बीच में, between residents and rest of the world. Components, current account, trade and goods, services, income, transfers. Capital account is FDI, foreign direct investment, FPI, foreign portfolio investment. And FPI is foreign portfolio investment. And external borrowings. Then foreign exchange market. So market where foreign currencies are bought and sold. What? Foreign currencies are bought or sold. Exchange rate determined by demand and supply, interest rates, inflation and capital flow. किससे determine होगा, किससे affect होगा? तो all these things, demand and supply, interest rates, inflation and capital flows. Exchange rate regimes, fixed exchange rate, floating exchange rate and managed float. Then NBFC's economic perspective, that is non-banking financial companies. NBFCs provide financial intermediation outside traditional banking, play crucial role in credit delivery, financial inclusion, economic growth, regulated by RBI. NBFCs regulated by RBI. Then final consolidation of what we have seen. Demand and supply determines prices. Market structures differ by competition and control. GDP, gross domestic product, versus GVA, gross value added, measures economic activity. Keynesian theory supports government intervention. MPC drives multiplier effect. Then ISLM integrates good and supply markets. ISLM is investment savings and LM is liquidity preference money supply. Inflation measures by consumer price index and wholesale price index. Monetary and fiscal policy stabilize economy. BOP, balance of payment, reflects external economic position. Forex market manages currency exchange. Now let's come to our previous year question from this chapter. Which index is used by RBI for measuring retail inflation in India? Retail, not wholesale. So retail inflation is consumer price index, CPI. According to Keynes, employment is determined by effective demand. GDP, gross domestic product at constant price, measures real GDP. Then which phase of business class is characterized by falling output and employment? Contraction. Say's law of market is associated with classical theory. Marginal propensity to consume MPC always lies between, हमने देखा था किसमें, MPC 0 और 1. Then which account of balance of payment records foreign direct investment? Capital account. WPI wholesale price index mainly measures prices at wholesale level. Which curve represents equilibrium in money market? LM curve. Liquidity preference money supply curve. Inflation caused by increase in cost of production is called cost push. Inflation. Cost push is inflation caused by increase in cost of production. So cost push. Now some of the important practice MCQs. Law of demand shows relationship between income and supply, price and quantity demanded, price and supply, cost and output. So the answer is price and quantity supplied. Inversely proportional हमने देखा था. Then which of the following is an exception to law of demand? Normal goods, inferior goods, given goods, substitute goods. So given goods. Supply curve generally slopes downward, horizontal, upward, vertical. So the answer is upward. In perfect competition, firms are price makers, price takers, demand makers, output controllers. So the answer is price takers. Then product differentiation is a feature of perfect competition, monopoly, monopolistic competition, oligopoly. So monopolistic competition. GDP, gross domestic product, includes value of intermediate good, second hand goods, final goods and service, transfer, payment. So the answer is final goods and service. GVA, gross value added, is calculated as output plus taxes, output minus intermediate consumption, income plus expenditure, or GDP minus depreciation. So the answer is output minus intermediate consumption. Then Keynes rejected Say's laws because supply always equals demand. Demand creates its own supply. Economy may face unemployment. Markets are perfect competition. So we have seen this. Economy may face unemployment. Which component of aggregate demand is most volatile? Consumption, investment, government expenditure, net exports. So the answer is investment. MPC is defined as change in income divided by change in consumption, change in consumption divided by change in income, total consumption divided by total income, और total savings divided by income. So हमने क्या पढ़ा था? CI, that is change in consumption divided by change in income. Then value of multiplier depends on MPC, MPS only, interest rate, inflation. So the answer is MPC. Accelerator principle relates consumption and income, income and investment, investment and savings, demand and supply. So the answer is income and investment. Demand for money for speculative motive depends on income, price level, rate of interest, inflation only. So the answer is rate of interest. IS curve represents equilibrium in investment saving in labor market, money market, goods market और foreign exchange market. तो हमने देखा था IS is G, that is goods market. Then inflation measured by CPI reflects prices faced by producer, wholesaler, consumers, exporters. So the answer is consumers. Then repo rate is the rate at which RBI borrows from banks, lends to government, accepts deposit from banks. So the answer is lends to banks. Which is not a tool of monetary policy? CRR, SLR, open market operations, budget deficit. So हमने देखा था cash reserve ratio, statutory liquidity ratio and OMO, that is open market operations. So the answer is budget deficit. Balance of payment always balances because current account equals 0, capital account equals 0, accounting identify holds, export equal import. So the answer is accounting identify holds. Then managed floating exchange rate means fixed rate, free floating. RBI intervenes occasionally, no forex market. So the answer is RBI intervenes occasionally. Non-banking financial companies, NBFCs, mainly contribute to economy by issuing currency, providing financial intermediation, collecting taxes, managing inflation. So the answer is providing financial intermediation. Now let's come to our flashcard or our important question or our revision. Demand, inverse relation with price. Quantity demanded हमने पढ़ा था is inversely proportional to price. If this goes up, this goes down. If this goes down, this will go up. Supply, direct relation with price is directly proportional. Then giffen goods, exception to law of demand. Perfect competition is price taker. Monopoly is single seller. Monopolistic competition is product differentiation. GDP, gross domestic product, is final goods and services produced within a country in a year. GVA, gross value added, is output minus intermediate inputs. Nominal GDP is current prices and real GDP is constant prices. RCB की जगह हमने पढ़ा था RCO, real GDP constant prices, and NCU, nominal GDP current prices. Then classical theory, full employment. Keynesian theory, demand driven output. Now MPC is क्या याद किया था, change in consumption divided by change in income. Then multiplier, 1 divided by 1 minus MPC. Accelerator, income minus investment relation. IS curve, investment saving curve is goods market. कैसे याद किया था, ISG, investment savings is goods market. LM curve is money market. Liquidity preference money supply curve. So LMM याद किया था, LMM. So LM is money market. ISG, IS is goods market. Then CPI is consumer price index, retail inflation. BOP is balance of payment, external transaction record. Forex market is currency exchange. So that's it in this. You will find this PDF as well as the other important PDFs related to this exam as well as the other exams on the Telegram. So let's start with the chapter 12, that is public finance and taxation. So public finance, meaning and scope. Public finance deals with income and expenditure of the government. It studies how the government raises revenue, spends revenue, manages public debt, maintains fiscal discipline. So scope of public finance includes public revenue, public expenditure, public debt, and financial administration. Taxation, some concepts. Tax is a compulsory payment made by individuals and entities to the government without direct quid pro quo. Now what is quid pro quo? So that is something for something or give and take. So if you are taking something, then you are giving something in return. So that is quid pro quo. Latin phrase. Then objectives of taxation: revenue generation, reduction of inequality, economic stability, and resource allocation. Then direct taxes. So direct taxes are those taxes whose burden and incidence fall on the same person. Major direct taxes in India: income tax, corporate tax, capital gain tax, or securities transaction tax. Then features of direct taxes: progressive in nature, based on ability to pay, helps reduce income inequality, less inflationary. For example, income tax में slabs are there, so that's why ability to pay. Then limitations: possibility of tax evasion, high compliance cost. Indirect taxes, meaning indirect taxes are taxes whose burden can be shifted to another person. What was the case in direct tax? So incidence and burden on the same person, and here burden can be shifted to another person in indirect tax. Examples: GST, that is goods and services tax. Then custom duty, excise duty, that is now largely subsumed in GST. You will tell me when was GST started, which year and date. This is very important. Question was there in NABARD exam. It's very important. Then features of indirect taxes: regressive in nature, easy to collect, broad tax base, inflationary impact. Then goods and services tax, meaning is GST is a destination based value added tax levied on supply of goods and services, introduced to create one nation one tax system. Why? To create one nation one tax system, and it is a value added tax. The structure of GST is central GST, that is CGST, state GST, that is SGST, integrated GST, that is IGST, and union territory GST, that is UTGST. Then GST Council is a constitutional body chaired by Union Finance Minister. Members include state finance ministers. State में जो भी finance minister हैं, those are the members. Union Finance Minister is chaired, and it's a constitutional body. Then benefits of GST: removal of cascading effect, uniform tax structure, improve tax compliance, increase transparency. सेबी स्टैट्यूटरी है या नहीं है, स्टैट्यूटरी है तो कब बनी? We have seen this in the first chapter itself and very important previous year question. Then non-tax revenue, meaning non-tax revenue refers to income earned by government from sources other than taxes is non-tax revenue. Component of non-tax revenues: fees and user charges, fines and penalties, interest receipts, dividends and profits from PSUs and grants. Then importance: reduces dependence on taxation, stable source of income. Then Finance Commission. Meaning is Finance Commission is a constitutional body constituted under Article 280 of the Constitution. What? Finance Commission क्या है? Constitutional body constituted under Article 280 of the Constitution. These kind of questions are important, that whether a particular body is a constitutional body, statutory body. So you have to remember all this. Then functions: distribution of tax revenue between center and states, principles governing grant and aid, measures to improve state finances, nature: appointed every 5 years, advisory body. Fiscal policy is, meaning fiscal policy refers to government policy relating to taxation and public expenditure. Objectives: economic growth, price stability, reduction of unemployment, equitable income distribution. Types of fiscal policy: expansionary fiscal policy, contractionary fiscal policy. Then fiscal deficit. Meaning is fiscal deficit is total expenditure minus revenue receipts plus non-debt capital receipt. So that is our fiscal deficit. Total expenditure minus revenue receipts plus non-tax capital receipts. Then significance is indicates borrowing requirement of government. High fiscal deficit may cause inflation and debt burden. कितना ज़्यादा आप पे डेट है, सो दैट इज़ आर इन्फ्लेशन. और फिजिकल डेफिसिट, इन्फ्लेशन उससे आएगा, सो दैट इज फिजिकल डेफिसिट. हाई फिजिकल डेफिसिट में कॉज इन्फ्लेशन एंड डेट बर्डन. Then FRBM Act, that FRBM is Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management. So meaning FRBM Act was enacted to ensure fiscal discipline. Objectives are reduce fiscal deficit, improve transparency in fiscal operations, ensure long-term macroeconomic stability, and key features: targets for fiscal deficit, restrictions on government borrowing, mandatory fiscal disclosure. Then budget policy. Meaning is budgetary policy refers to use of budget as a tool of economic policy. Types of budget: balanced budget, surplus budget, deficit budget. All these types are also very important, so keep these things in mind. Role of budget: resource allocation, redistribution of income, economic stabilization, promotion of growth. Very important. Now final consolidation of what we have studied. Public finance manages government income and expenditure. Direct tax are progressive, indirect tax are regressive. Difference versus all of these questions are very important. GST unified indirect tax structure. Non-tax revenue supplements tax revenue. Finance Commission ensures fiscal federalism. Fiscal policy stabilizes economy. Fiscal deficit shows borrowing need. FRBM Act enforces fiscal discipline. Budget is an economic policy tool. Then some of the important previous year questions from this chapter. Which of the following taxes has the characteristic that burden cannot be shifted? Direct tax. Then GST in India is best described as which type of tax? Destination based value added tax. Then which constitutional article provides for establishment of finance commission? Article 280. Which of the following is not a component of non-tax revenue? Income tax. Which deficit indicates the borrowing requirement of the government? तो हमने पढ़ा था डिटेल में फिजिकल डेफिसिट. Which of the following bodies recommends GST rates in India? So GST Council. Which policy deals with government revenue and expenditure decisions? Fiscal policy. FRBM Act mainly aims at controlling which of the following? Fiscal deficit and public debt. Which tax is considered regressive in nature? Indirect tax. Which of the following is a non-tax revenue source? Dividends from public sector enterprises. Now some of the important MCQs. Public finance is primarily concerned with private sector budgeting, government revenue and expenditure, corporate finance, monetary policy. So the answer is government revenue and expenditure. Which of the following is a direct tax? GST, custom duty, income tax, excise duty. So the answer is income tax. The main advantage of direct tax is that they are inflationary, regressive, progressive, easy to evade. So they are progressive. Then GST is levied on manufacturing, production, supply, income. So on supply. Which GST is levied on interstate supply? CGST, SGST, UTGST or IGST? Integrated GST. UT Union Territories. S is state. C is central. So the answer is DI GST. Which body decides revenue sharing between centers and states? GST Council, Finance Commission, Planning Commission, RBI. So that is the work of Finance Commission. Which of the following is not a function of the Finance Commission? Tax devolution, grants and aid, monetary policy formulation, improving states finances. So monetary policy formulation कौन करता है? Monetary Policy Committee. जो हमने बहुत डिटेल में देखा है कि रेपो रेट रखते हैं, ये CRR, कैश रिजर्व रेशियो, SLR, स्टैट्यूटरी लिक्विडिटी रेशियो, मोरल सुवेजनिंग एंड ऑल दैट, टाइट मनी पॉलिसी, लूज मनी पॉलिसी. Then fiscal policy is implemented mainly through RBI notifications, union budget, monetary tools or banking regulations. So the answer is union budget. Then expansionary fiscal policy involves higher taxes and lower spending, then lower taxes and higher spending, balanced budget or debt reduction. So the answer is lower taxes and higher spending. Then fiscal deficit is the excess of revenue expenditure over revenue receipts, total expenditure over total receipts excluding borrowings, capital expenditure over capital receipts, interest payment over revenue receipts. So the answer is total expenditure over total receipts excluding borrowings. Which of the following is a non-tax revenue? Corporate tax, custom duty, fees and penalties, GST. So the answer is fees and penalties. GST helped in removal of inflation, tax evasion, cascading effects of taxes, fiscal deficit. So the answer is cascading effect of taxes. Which tax is considered inflationary? Income tax, corporate tax, indirect tax, wealth tax. So the answer is indirect tax. FRBM Act focuses on price stability, fiscal discipline, exchange rate control or credit growth. So the answer is fiscal discipline. Which of the following is a feature of indirect taxes? Burden cannot be shifted, progressive nature, burden can be shifted based on income. So the answer is burden can be shifted. Feature of indirect tax, right? Burden can be shifted. Then GST Council is chaired by Prime Minister, RBI Governor, Union Finance Minister and President of India. So the answer is Union Finance Minister. और कौन होते हैं इसमें? States के finance ministers. Then which budget shows excess of receipts over expenditure? Balanced budget, deficit budget, zero based budget or surplus budget. So the answer is surplus budget. क्या होता है surplus budget में? Budget shows excess of receipts over expenditure. Which of the following improves fiscal federalism? GST Council, Finance Commission, RBI or SEBI. So the answer is Finance Commission. Then non-debt capital receipts include borrowings, tax revenue, disinvestment proceeds, interest payments. So the answer is disinvestment proceeds. Which policy uses taxation and spending to stabilize the economy? Monetary policy, credit policy, fiscal policy, trade policy. So the answer is fiscal policy. Now let's come to our flashcards or our most expected question or our revision. Public finance, government income, expenditure and debt management. Direct taxes, burden and incidence on same person. ठीक है, DIS, burden and incidence on same person, S. Then indirect taxes, burden can be shifted to another. GST, goods and services taxes, destination based value added tax. So CGST is Central GST on Intra-State Supply. SGST, State GST is State GST on Intra-State Supply. IGST, Integrated GST is Tax on Interstate Supply. What is the difference? CGST, SGST is Intra-State Supply. IGST is Interstate, Intra and Inter. Then non-tax revenue, fees, fines, dividends, interest. Finance Commission, constitutional body under Article 280, very important. Which article? Article 280. Which type of body? Statutory, constitutional. So constitutional body. Finance Commission. Fiscal policy, government taxation and spending policy. Expansionary fiscal policy, higher spending, lower taxes. Fiscal deficit, borrowing requirement of government. FRBM Act, fiscal discipline and deficit control. Budgetary policy, budget as economic policy tool. Then surplus budget is receipts exceed expenditure. So that's it in this. So let's start with our chapter 13, that is financial inclusion and development. Financial inclusion concepts. So meaning of financial inclusion. Financial inclusion refers to the process of ensuring access to appropriate, affordable and timely financial product and services such as savings, credit, insurance, pension and payment systems to all sections of society, especially the economically weaker and socially excluded groups. This is what financial inclusion, FI, very important. Then key objectives of financial inclusion: universal access to banking services, availability of basic savings account, access to affordable credit, financial literacy and consumer protection. So use of formal financial channels instead of informal sources. Need for financial inclusion: large unbanked population in rural and semi-urban areas, dependence on moneylenders, income inequality and poverty, inclusive economic growth, social empowerment. Then dimensions of financial inclusions are access, usage, quality. AUQ or AQU. AQI you must have heard, so that way is AQU, that is access, quality and usage. Access, physical and digital access to financial services. Then usage, regular use of financial products. And quality, suitability, transparency and affordability of services. Indicators of financial inclusions are number of bank accounts, credit penetration, insurance coverage, pension coverage, and digital transaction. All are very important. Keep these things in mind. Role of RBI in financial inclusion. So RBI is the nodal authority for promoting financial inclusion in India. RBI prepares national strategy for financial inclusion. Key RBI initiatives: basic savings bank deposit account, that is BSBDA, zero minimum balance, ATM card facility, free deposits and withdrawals. Then business correspondent BC model. Bank appoints BCs, that is business correspondents, to deliver services in remote areas. Business correspondents acts as bank agents. Okay, very important. Then lead bank scheme. One bank assigned responsibility for a district. Financial literacy centers, that is FLCs, promote awareness of financial products, educate about frauds and rights. Then government initiatives for financial inclusion. Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, PMJDY, very important. Universal banking access, zero balance accounts, RuPay debit card, overdraft facility. You will see a lot of schemes in the yearly magazine as well, schemes which are from 2025 as well as the old schemes which are in news. किसी को 10 years हो गए, किसी को 15 years हो गए और कुछ changes हुए किसी में. So that is all here. At the same time, tell me what is the new name for Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act. One change I tell you that you might find in the exam as well. 100 days used to be the टाइम अर्लियर कि 100 डेज़ के लिए मिलेगा आपको अनस्किल्ड लेबर. नाउ इट्स 125 डेज़ के लिए मिलेगा. अब जो आपको वर्क है वो 100 की जगह हो गया 125 डेज़. वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट स्कीम, महात्मा गांधी नेशनल रूरल एम्प्लॉयमेंट गारंटी एक्ट. यू विल टेल मी व्हाट इज़ द न्यू नेम. Then PMJDY, let's come back to this. Universal banking access, zero balance accounts, RuPay debit card, overdraft facility. Then DBT, that is direct benefit transfer, direct transfer of subsidies into bank accounts, reduces leakages. Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana PMJJBY for life insurance scheme. What is the use of this scheme? Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana for life insurance. Then Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana PMSBY for accident insurance scheme. For life insurance, Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana. Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana is for accident insurance scheme. S say scooter, S say or your scooty, and S say Suraksha. Scooty, Suraksha. So remember like this, accident. Why accidents, scooty and Suraksha? So Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana is for accident, and life insurance is Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana. Jeevan, life. Don't get confused. Then Atal Pension Yojana APY, pension scheme for unorganized sector. किसके लिए? For unorganized sector, Stand Up India and Mudra. So credit access to MSMEs, micro, small and medium enterprises. Okay, Stand Up India is also very important scheme. So what is it? Greenfield project और entrepreneurship के लिए फंड्स दिए जाते हैं किसको? फॉर SC ST एंड विमेन बोरोवर्स, इनको दिए जाते हैं. वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट स्कीम. क्वेश्चन वाज देयर इन NABARD as well and a PYQ of SEBI. Very important scheme, Stand Up India. And at the same time other schemes are also very important, so have a look at those other schemes as well. Will be available in the yearly magazine. Now, use of technology in financial inclusion. Technology acts as a key enabler for expanding financial services at low cost. Major technological tools: digital banking. What are the tools? Internet banking and mobile banking. Then unified payment interface, that is UPI, real-time digital payment interoperable system. UPI is very important. Why? Because it is now available in various countries. We'll see that in our current affairs ka video when we'll do that. So you can hear a lot of crackers. Now what is the reason? So this is the reason. So welcome in 2026. Now let's come back here. Real-time digital payments for UPI interoperable system. Then Aadhaar enabled payment system, that is AEPS. Biometric authentication used in rural areas, mobile wallets and prepaid instruments. Then core banking solutions, CBS. Anywhere banking, that is core banking solutions, CBS. Fintech innovations, that is AI based credit scoring and digital lending platforms. Benefit of technology. So what are the benefits? Cost reduction, wider outreach, transparency and faster transaction. All are very important. What are the risks? Cybersecurity threats, digital illiteracy, data privacy issues. Then alternate sources of finance. Alternate finance supplements traditional bank credit. Major alternate sources: microfinance institutions, MFIs, provide small loans to small income groups. Very important. MFIs, microfinance institutions, focus on self employment. किसको लोन देते हैं? To small loans to low income groups. SHG, self help groups, group based savings and credit linked with banks. NBFCs, non banking financial companies. Flexible credit products serve underserved segments. Then small finance banks, that is SFBs, focus on inclusion, provide saving and credit. Payment banks provide deposit and payment services. No lending, but provide deposit and payment services. Then fintech and digital lending platforms. Then public-private partnership or PPP. Meaning of public-private partnership is refers to collaborative arrangement between government and private sector for financing, developing and operating infrastructure or services. Why? Collaborating arrangement between government and private sector for financing, developing, operating infrastructure or services. Then what are the objectives of public-private partnership? Mobilize private capital, improve efficiency, reduce fiscal burden, improve service delivery, and PPP in financial inclusion, banking correspondence, digital payment infrastructure, financial literacy initiatives, the advantages of public-private partnership, risk sharing, innovation, efficiency, challenges, so contract complexity, regulatory risk, and accountability issues. Then social and private cost benefit analysis. Private cost benefit analysis, very very important, focuses on individual or firm perspective. प्राइवेट कॉस्ट बेनिफिट एनालिसिस किस पे फोकस है? ऑन इंडिविजुअल और फर्म पर्सपेक्टिव. कंसिडर्स प्राइवेट कॉस्ट एंड प्राइवेट रिटर्न्स यूज बाय बिजनेसेस फॉर इन्वेस्टमेंट डिसीजंस. देन सोशल कॉस्ट बेनिफिट एनालिसिस considers overall impact on society, include externalities, then used by government for public projects. Differences. Social analysis includes external cost and benefits. Private analysis ignores social externalities. Then relevance to financial inclusion. Justifies government intervention, evaluates welfare impact, and support inclusive policy design. Then recent financial sector reforms, inclusion and development focus. Then payment system reforms, expansion of UPI, interoperable QR codes. Banking reforms, consolidation of banks, improved governance. Then digital public infrastructure, DPI, Aadhaar, UPI, DigiLocker. Then financial consumer protection framework, ombudsman schemes, transparency norms. Then credit deepening measures, account aggregator framework, digital lending guidelines. Challenges in financial inclusion, financial illiteracy, digital divide, low income levels, infrastructure gaps, trust deficit. Now let's come to our previous year questions from this chapter. Financial inclusion primarily aims at providing affordable financial services to all sections of society. Which institution prepares the National Strategy for Financial Inclusion in India? National Strategy for Financial Inclusion in India is RBI or Reserve Bank of India. Business correspondents are appointed mainly to extend banking services in unbanked areas. Which scheme aims at universal access to banking facilities? Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana PMJDY. Direct benefit transfer mainly helps in reducing leakage in subsidy delivery. Which payment system enables biometric based transaction? Aadhaar enabled payment system. Which institution provides microcredit primarily to low income groups? Microfinance institutions. Public private partnership helps financial inclusion mainly by leveraging private efficiency and public outreach. Social cost benefit analysis differs from private analysis because it includes external cost and benefits. Which reform strengthened digital financial inclusion the most in recent years? So UPI, Unified Payment Interface. UPI is very very important for us. Practice MCQs. Financial inclusion focuses on, very very important for us, financial inclusion focuses on high income groups, only urban population, universal access to financial services, corporate finance. So universal access to financial services. Which of the following is not a dimension of financial inclusion? Access, usage, quality, profitability. So the answer is profitability. Basic savings bank deposit account offers high interest rate, zero minimum balance, only fixed deposit credit card. So the answer is zero minimum balance. Business correspondents function as bank auditors, bank agents, RBI officers, payment system regulators. So the answer is bank agents. Then which scheme provides pension to unorganized sector workers? APY or Adult Pension Yojana. UPI is operated by NPCI, that is National Payments Corporation of India. Which technology enables interoperability among banks for payments? UPI. Alternate sources of finance include NBFCs and MFIs, microfinance institutions, and non-banking financial companies. Small finance banks primarily focuses on financial inclusion and small borrowers. Payments banks are restricted from lending activities. Public-private partnership, PPP, stands for public-private partnership. Major benefit of public-private partnership is risk sharing. Social cost benefit analysis is mainly used by government. Then which analysis considers externalities? Social cost benefit analysis. Digital financial inclusion faces a challenge due to digital illiteracy. Fintech helps inclusion mainly by this is financial technology, lowering transaction costs. Then account aggregator framework relates to data sharing with consent. DBT direct benefit transfer improves governance by reducing intermediaries. Then financial literacy mainly improves effective usage of financial services. Which initiative combines Aadhaar, banking and mobile connectivity? JAM Trinity. That is Jandan, Aadhaar and mobile Trinity. Now let's come to our flashcards or our expected question or our revision. Financial inclusion. Access, usage, quality of financial services. RBI rule, NSFI, BC model, financial literacy. Then PMJD, that is Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, Universal Banking Access, Direct Benefit Transfer, Direct Subsidy Transfer, UPI, Unified Payment Interface, Real Time Digital Payments, AEPS, Biometric Based Payments, Alternate Finance, MFIs, NBFCs, FFBs, PPP, Government and Private Collaboration, Public Private Partnership, Social CBA, includes externalities, Private CBA, Individual Perspective, FinTech, Tech-driven financial services, financial technology, JAM, JAM, Trinity. So Jan Dhan, Aadhaar, mobile. Key challenge, digital divide. So that's it in this. So let's start with chapter 14, that is current affairs, financial and regulatory focus. So firstly about the type of questions that you will get, current affairs in SEBI Grade A phase 1. So questions are regulatory, conceptual and application based. Then focus will be on SEBI circulars, amendments, at the same time RBI and other banking related. All of these are present in the current affairs magazine and we'll see some of these here as well. Then market reforms, institutional changes, then some enforcement actions, committees and reports. So all of these are very important for you. SEBI circulars amendment, RBI circulars and amendments, then market reforms, institutional changes, enforcement actions and committees reports, indices उसमें क्या rank है, all of these are very important. Who publishes that particular report, क्या rank है, क्या score है, कहाँ से कहाँ तक score लाया करता है. For example, Gini coefficient score is from 0 to 1. So all of these things are very important. Now the Reserve Bank of India launched its official and verified WhatsApp channel as part of the RBI Kehta Hai campaign, aiming to promote financial literacy, digital safety and fraud prevention. What is the name? RBI Kehta Hai. Very important campaign. किसका? RBI का. What is the name? RBI कहता है. And what is the aim? To promote financial literacy, digital safety and fraud prevention. All three things are very important. Then RBI mandated all banks to migrate their websites to the new .bank.in domain by October 31st, 2025, enhancing cybersecurity and reducing digital banking fraud. Now again, who has given this? RBI. What should be the name? .bank.in domain. ठीक है, very important. .bank.in can be one of the MCQs. What is the date? By October 31st, 2025. Enhancing why? What is the aim? Cybersecurity and reducing digital banking fraud. Then in 2025, Reserve Bank of India celebrated its 90th anniversary. Established on April 1, 1935 under the RBI Act 1934. It was nationalized in 1949. The first governor was Sir Osborne Smith and Sir C.D. Deshmukh became the first Indian governor. All these facts are very important. So these facts are also taken from our yearly book. Some of the facts are taken here. In that book you will get a lot of these facts. Then in 2025, what is it? RBI 90th anniversary, again important fact. Then 1st of April 1935 में हुआ established, but act कौन सा है? 1934. RBI Act 1934. Nationalized 1949. So कौन कौन से year are important? 1934 RBI Act, 1935 में established and 1949 में what? First nationalized. Then first governor Sir Osborne Smith and Sir C.D. Deshmukh is Indian governor first. RBI revised ATM withdrawal charges, increasing the fee from 21 to 23 per transaction for withdrawals exceeding the monthly free limit. जो भी monthly free limit है, if it exceeds तो क्या हो गए हैं charges 21 से 23. कब से हुआ है? May 1 2025. Sometimes dates are also given. That's why in some of the cases you will find dates as well. Now here you will tell me what is the full form of ATM. Very basic question, but do you know it? That is the question. So what is the full form of ATM? You will tell me. Then RBI imposed penalties on HSBC 66.6 lakh for violations related to KYC norms. That is know your customer KYC norms. Then foreign currency exposures and deposit interest rate rules. And on IIFL Samast Finance for issues including interest charges before loan disbursement, NPA non-performing assets, misclassification and customer identification lapses. ठीक है, so you must be aware about जो name है बैंक का वो IIFL समस्त फाइनेंस. Then HSBC, what is the amount, what are the dates, and what is the reason because of which these penalties are being imposed. All of these things are very, very important. Then SEBI partnered with DigiLocker to simplify access investors, securities holdings, and reduce unclaimed assets in the market. Then on International Women's Day 2025, SBI launched SBI Asmita, a collateral-free digital SME loan specifically designed for women entrepreneurs. Very, very important. Like this one scheme of ours, Stand Up India. You will tell me किस किस के लिए है ये. ठीक है, very, very important scheme. Then SEBI fined DB Realty Limited, now Vellore Estate Limited, and 7 associate individuals 25 lakh for financial misstatement and non-disclosure. कितना फाइन किया है? 25 lakh. किसको फाइन? DB Realty Limited और earlier now क्या है? Vellore Estate Limited. So both these names are also important. And 7 associated individuals 25 lakh for financial misstatement and non-disclosure. Then RBI launched RBI Data, a mobile application providing access to over 11,000 economic data series related to Indian economy. Very, very important. What is the name? RBI Data. क्या है? मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन. क्यों? Providing access to over 11,000 economic data series related to Indian economy. SEBI launched the integrated SEBI portal for technical glitches. What is the name? iSpot. Question can be like this as well, that what is the full form of iSpot? Sometimes very simple questions are also there. So iSpot is integrated SEBI portal for technical glitches. What is it? Integrated. I is integrated SEBI portal for technical glitches on February 3, 2025, replacing the outdated email system for addressing technical issues. Then RBI imposed a 44.7 lakh penalty on Bandhan Bank for commission-based pay, irregularities, unauthorized data modifications, and weak audit trails. The State Bank of India will begin levying nominal charges on IMPS transfer. About 25,000 अगर है तो उस पर IMPS charges will be there starting August 15, 2025, ranging from 2 to 10 plus GST depending on the transfer amount. उस पर डिपेंड करेगा लेवाई उन्होंने किया है नॉमिनल चार्जेस ऑन IMPS transfers about 25,000 SBI. ठीक है, all of these things are important. What is the name of the bank? What are the charges that are being imposed? किस चीज़ पे are imposed and what is the range? Then SEBI approved the wealth company Panthmoth Group to operate as a mutual fund house, making it the first fund house in India founded by a woman, Madhu Lunawat. The certificate of registration has been granted. So क्या किया है? अप्रूव किया है किसको? द वेल्थ कंपनी और पैंथोमथ ग्रुप. किसके लिए? टू ऑपरेट एज अ म्यूचुअल फंड हाउस, म्यूचुअल फंड हाउस की तरह ऑपरेट करने के लिए. एंड ये क्या है? फर्स्ट फंड हाउस है इन इंडिया जो फाउंड किया है विमेन ने. क्या नाम है? मधु लुनावत. सर्टिफिकेट ऑफ रजिस्ट्रेशन हैज़ बीन ग्रांटेड. Very, very important. The Indian Post Payments Bank launched Aadhaar-based face authentication nationwide, enabling customers to carry out banking transactions without fingerprints or one-time passwords. Then This question was there in NABARD as well, which we have already discussed about two-factor authentication. So you will tell me what is it, two-factor authentication में क्या होता है. Then Canara HSBC Life Insurance partners with Equitas Small Finance Bank to distribute life insurance products, supporting IRDAI's vision of insurance for all by 2047. Then SEBI approved NHAI's Rajmarg Infra Investment Trust as a public InvIT, enabling retail investors to invest in highway infrastructure assets. Now, what is InvIT? So we have already done this in the previous chapters. Infrastructure Investment Trust. We have done this in our general awareness as well when we were doing general awareness for phase 1 paper 1. Then SEBI circulars and regulatory amendments. Now what type of questions you will get and some idea or some basic knowledge that will help you to answer basic questions. Investor protection, market transparency, risk management, strengthening governance or preventing market abuse. What is this? Objectives behind SEBI amendment. So if options is not one of these, then you know what to answer. Okay, so we'll see a lot of such information here. Key areas where SEBI issued circulars, amendments. So market infrastructure institutions, MIIs, that include stock exchanges, clearing corporation and depositories. Focus areas are governance norms, risk management, cyber security and operational resilience. Then disclosure based regulation. So SEBI increasingly follows a disclosure first approach instead of merit based regulation. किस पे फोकस करता है? Disclosure first approach instead of merit based regulation. Then key focus, timely disclosure, materiality thresholds, corporate announcement or investor communication. Then LODR related reforms. LODR is listing obligations disclosure requirements. ठीक है, listing obligations and disclosure requirements. Key intent is strengthening corporate governance, improving board accountability, protecting minority shareholders. All of these are very, very important. Now, what are the focus areas? Independent directors, audit committee oversight, related party transaction and disclosure of material events. Then insider trading and market abuse. So recent regulatory focuses tighter controls on unpublished price sensitive information. जो भी price sensitive information है उस पे tighter control. Structured digital database, enhanced compliance obligations and surveillance driven enforcement. Then regulatory actions and penalties. So purpose of enforcement actions, deterrence, market discipline, investor confidence and fair market conduct. Then types of regulatory actions by SEBI. So SEBI obviously monetary penalties, which we have seen few, debarment from markets, suspension of intermediaries, directions to disgorge unlawful gains. Then entities against which actions are taken, listed companies, promoters and directors, stockbrokers, mutual funds, investment advisors and research analysts. Then regulatory philosophy, shift from reactive to proactive enforcement. Data-driven surveillance, faster adjudication and settlement and consent mechanism. Then IPOs and major listing. IPOs, we have already discussed what is it. इनिशियल पब्लिक ऑफरिंग, इनिशियली जब कंपनी को चाहिए इन्वेस्टमेंट तो उसके लिए वो क्या करेगा, नॉर्मल पब्लिक से शेयर्स के एक्सचेंज में फंड्स लेगा, इन्वेस्टमेंट लेगा. सो दैट इज इनिशियल पब्लिक ऑफरिंग. बाद में वापस लेगा तो पहले ले लिया फिर बाद में लेगा तो इज फॉलो ऑन पब्लिक ऑफरिंग. देन trends in IPO market, increased participation of retail investors, greater focus on disclosures rather than profitability, listing of new age companies, strong role of anchor investors. Then regulatory focus on IPOs, pricing transparency, use of proceeds, disclosure of risk and monitoring post issue performance. All of these points will really help you to answer your MCQs. Then SEBI's role in IPO regulations. So regulating issues processed under ICDR regulations. protecting retail investors, ensuring fair price discovery. Now, what are these regulations? ICDR, issue of capital and disclosure requirements. Then market reforms. So capital market reforms, faster settlement cycles, strengthening clearing and settlement systems, enhancing liquidity and improving price discovery. Derivatives market reforms are risk containment, margin reforms, position limits and surveillance and speculative activity. Then mutual fund reforms, expense ratio rationalization, riskometer framework, categorization of schemes and enhanced disclosure norms. Then committees and reports, financial sectors. So purpose of committee is policy review, regulatory strengthening, market development and risk mitigation. Areas studied by committees are corporate governance, market microstructure, then fintech and digital finance, that is financial technology. Then investor protection, financial stability. Then institutional changes. So financial sector institutions, recent trends are strengthening of regulators, clearer demarcation of roles to separate roles or bifurcate जो भी roles हैं उन सब में clearly very improved coordination among regulators. Then regulatory architecture in India, RBI, banking and monetary stability, monetary policy committee is also there जो आपके सारे rates बताती है, that is your repo, cash reserve ratio, statutory liquidity ratio, open market operations, quantitative and qualitative tools, moral suasioning, all of these we have studied and all of these are very very important. Then SEBI capital market, IRDAI insurance sector and PFRDA's pension sector. Then focus areas of institutional reforms, governance, accountability, transparency and consumer protection. Important developments in finance sector in last 6 months. So digital finance developments, expansion of digital payments, strengthening of payment infrastructure, cyber security emphasis. Investor protection measures, improved grievance redressal, faster complaint resolution, technology driven monitoring. Then financial stability measures, enhanced stress testing, monitoring of systematic risk, coordination between regulators. Then regulatory approach shift, principle based regulation, risk based supervision, technology driven compliance. So all of these were very very important. Watch it one more time so that things will be there in your mind. Then previous year questions. SEBI primarily regulates which segment of the financial system? Capital market. The objective of SEBI disclosure based regulation is to enable informed decision making by investors. Which institution is classified as a market infrastructure institution? Stock exchange. Regulatory penalties imposed by SEBI mainly aim at deterrence and market discipline. IPO, initial public offering, regulations in India are governed under SEBI ICDR regulation. Then which regulator oversees mutual funds in India? SEBI. Regulatory focus on insider trading is intended to ensure fair and transparent market. Which body coordinates clearing and settlement of trades? So clearing corporation, very very important. Market reforms generally aim at improving efficiency and investor protection. Then committee constituted by regulators mainly focus on policy and regulatory improvements. Now let's talk about some of the important MCQs. SEBI was established mainly to control inflation, regulate banking, protect investors or manage fiscal deficit. Protect investors. Which of the following is not a market infrastructure institution? Stock exchange, clearing corporation, depository or mutual fund. So the answer is mutual fund. LODR, listing obligation, disclosure requirement. Regulations are related to listing and disclosure requirement. Then regulatory actions against market intermediaries mainly promotes market integrity. The philosophy behind SEBI enforcement is shifting towards proactive and data-driven regulation. IPO pricing mechanism mainly focuses on fair price discovery. Anchor investors in IPOs mainly provide market confidence. Which reform improves settlement efficiency in capital markets? So shorter settlement cycles. T plus 1, T plus 2, T plus 3, all of these are what? Settlement cycles. Derivatives market reforms mainly focus on risk containment. Risk-o-meter framework is associated with mutual funds. Risk-o-meter, M is meter, M is mutual fund. ठीक है, तो risk-o-meter is mutual funds. Expense ratio norms are applicable to mutual funds schemes. Committees and working groups are formed mainly to recommend regulatory changes. Institutional reforms in the financial sector aim to improve governance and accountability. Investor grievance redressal mechanisms aim to protect investor interest. Surveillance system helps regulator to detect market abuse. Principle-based regulation emphasizes regulatory intent rather than rigid rules. Financial stability measures mainly monitor systemic risk. Then cybersecurity norms are increasingly important due to digitalization of financial markets, and disclosure norms mainly enhance transparency. SEBI's regulatory approach is best described as investor-centric, market-oriented. ठीक है, what investor-centric and market-oriented. Now let's come to our flashcard or our most expected question or our revision. सेबी रोल, कैपिटल मार्केट रेगुलेटर. MIIs जिसके बारे में हमने स्टार्टिंग में देखा था, स्टॉक एक्सचेंजेस, क्लियरिंग कॉरपोरेशन, डिपॉजिटरीज. डिस्क्लोजर रेगुलेशन, ट्रांसपेरेंसी बेस्ड approach. LODRs, listing and governance norms. Then enforcement actions, penalties, departments and disgorgement. IPO regulation, SEBI, ICDR. Market reforms, efficiency, liquidity and stability. Derivatives reform, risk management. Then mutual funds reforms, expense ratio, risk-o-meter. Committees, policy recommendations. Institutional reforms for better governance. Investor protection for core SEBI objective. ठीक है, क्या है इन्वेस्टर प्रोटेक्शन इज आर कोर सेबी ऑब्जेक्टिव. सर्विलियंसेस डिटेक्ट मैनिपुलेशन. फाइनेंशियल स्टेबिलिटी, सिस्टमिक रिस्क मॉनिटरिंग, रेगुलेटरी एंड प्रिंसिपल बेस्ड रेगुलेशन. So that's it in this. You will find this PDF as well as the other important PDFs related to this exam as well as the other exams on the Telegram. If you need resource for some specific exam, do tell me. I try to provide you with the same. And that's it in this. All the very best and thank you.